Super Godly Machine Army is an engaging science fiction tale set in a fantastical world where technology and magic intertwine. In a not-so-distant future, technology and magic are not just powers but also the battlegrounds between mystical forces and superpowered beings. Follow the protagonist as he embarks on a daring journey to explore and fight to protect the world from the ravages of malevolent forces and boundless power. Intense battles, deep-seated secrets of the world, and conflicted relationships will highlight the allure of this story. Get ready for an adventurous ride full of surprises and thrills as you immerse yourself in the unique world of Super Godly Machine Army. Author, Autumn Liu. Super Godly Machine Army Chapter 1. The Serious Gang. What time is it now? Jiangli woke up and rubbed his temples with his thumbs. Staying up late to play video games was certainly bad for his kidneys and made him tired. He even had a headache now. A moment later, his sight gradually became clearer. He glanced around and mumbled in shock, "HM. This isn't my room, right?" The room wasn't big, but it was definitely not Jiangli's rental house. The entire room smelled of sandalwood and rays of sunlight came through the hollow carved window, making him sleepy. He looked around. Jiangli was on a soft bed with a wooden bed frame. The carvings on it were extraordinary. This was probably not a bed ordinary people could use in the ancient times. After a while, some extra memories came into Jiangli's mind, as if something was forcefully shoved inside his brain. This felt a bit overwhelming. "I transmigrated," Jiangli said. He spent a long time getting familiar with the memories in his mind and started to accept the truth. He looked at his hands, which were full of calluses formed by using weapons for a long time. How did I transmigrate? Or is it just my soul that's transmigrated? In his previous life, Jiangli was only an ordinary person. After graduating from university, he found a job that was kind of professional, so his hard work paid off. Speaking of hobbies, he loved playing video games and reading novels. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember how he transmigrated, so he decided to just let it go. There was nothing he could do anyways. Should he try to kill himself to go back? Cut the crap. Things in his last life hadn't ended so well already. People on the internet used to say that life was like being raped. If you couldn't resist it, then try to enjoy it. It would be a fresh start from now on. If my memories are right, today should be the day I succeed as the leader of the serious gang. Jiangli got up from bed and mumbled. He chuckled and continued, "Interesting. I was just a normal person in my last life, and now I'm going to be a leader. Even though the serious gang isn't very popular, they have hundreds of men. This doesn't feel right." Knock. Knock. Outside the room, someone was knocking on the door. "Master. Master," someone spoke tentatively. "Who is it?" Jiangli asked. The girl hesitated. She had never thought that Jiangli would reply to her. She then spoke again, "Master. You're awake. The elders asked you to meet them at Juyi Hall. Today is the day you succeed as the leader of the gang, so you can't be late. If not, the elders will be upset." "All right, I'll be there in a minute." Jiangli then remembered. The person outside must be his maid, Xiaolan. She was 14 this year and had been serving him since she was little. She looked quite pretty, so Jiangli thought that he would probably be able to marry her after a few years. "Master, may I come in?" Xiaolan asked. "Sure," Jiangli replied. Creak. The door was opened. Xiaolan entered the room slowly. She was beautiful, short, and was wearing a yellow pleated dress. Her eyes were full of hesitation and anxiety. "Master," Xiaolan greeted Jiangli respectfully and carefully glanced at him. After that, she kept her head down as if she had done something bad. Jiangli sized the girl up and felt like something was wrong. The girl was still lowering her head and she seemed to be afraid to look at him. "Am I this scary?" "Fine, just leave first." Jiangli waved. Since he was in an unfamiliar world, he was a bit alert. After noticing something strange about Xiaolan, he didn't want to play with her anymore. "Oh. Okay, master." Xiaolan quickly left the room and even forgot to close the door. She must be really nervous to make such a mistake. What's wrong with her? Jiang Li shut the door himself. Something's wrong. Jiang Li sat down and started thinking with his right hand on his chin. He wasn't a fool. Thinking carefully, the reason why he came to this world was because the Jiang Li here was dead. That was why he transmigrated. So, here were the problems. How did Jiang Li die? Who killed him? Who was his enemy? Where did his enemy come from? How could he protect himself? All kinds of questions came to Jiang Li's mind. He felt a chill down his spine and shuddered. I'm already in danger. Jiang Li shrugged. I thought I'm here to be a leader that has command over a large number of men and they do anything I ask them to, but I'm actually in a situation like this. Even my maid, Xiaolan, may have been bribed, which means I don't even have one person around me that I can trust right now. This is so bad. What should I do now? Jiang Li tried his best to think of a solution. Who would it be? Jiang Li thought. Which elder would it be? Or do all of them have the same thought? Is that why they are setting me up? After all, it's a matter of strength. My father, Jiang Huahong, was a martial artist who had an internal force of the early stage of level 1, which is why he could establish the serious gang. What a shame. I don't know how he died. If he was still alive, I'd be able to live happily as the master of the gang and wouldn't have to deal with these things. The 3 elders of the gang are all a step away from forming their internal force and becoming real martial artists of early stage level 1. And I'm only at the early stage of the elementary level and have learnt just a few tricks. I'm so weak. No wonder they want to take my place. Jiang Li might have said that, but he couldn't just let it go. Besides, even if he gave up the position, they might not let him go. They would probably kill him to avoid any trouble in the future. If I don't do something, I'll be dead either way, Jiang Li said. I can't just sit here. Jiang Li tried to search for hints in his memories. If I remember it correctly, my father left me something. Following his memories, Jiang Li crawled under the bed, then lifted a piece of floorboard on the ground. There appeared a wooden box in a secret compartment. Found it. Jiang Li was thrilled. He immediately took the wooden box out and put it on the table. My life depends on what's inside of this box. Jiang Li took a deep breath. He was nervous and was a bit short of breath. After all, this was about his life. Crack. The black wooden box opened slowly. This is... Jiang Li lowered his head and saw 2 things inside the wooden box, a book and a ginseng. The ginseng looked almost like the shape of a human. Ginseng. Martial arts secret book. Jiang Li suddenly had a headache again. So what do I do with these 2 things? Should I eat the ginseng and practice martial arts? This must be a joke. My enemies are already here. How would I have time to practice? When I finish learning all the tricks, I would have been dead for a long time. After pondering for a while, Jiang Li still took out the martial arts book. Perhaps he was a smart, talented martial arts genius. People had to have dreams. The internal energy art. A high-grade internal force out of level 1. Jiang Li opened the martial arts book. Since he had some new memories, he could recognize the words in this world, so he wouldn't be illiterate and unable to even read the book. After a while, Jiang Li finished reading the book and had some basic understanding of the training system in this world, but only things recorded in this internal force art. Before entering the levels, martial artists must activate their bones and blood. Level 1 martial artists will start forming internal force with their blood, then open up the meridians to allow the internal force to move around the body. Jiang Li said the internal energy art only recorded the arts for opening up the 12 main meridians. I'll need an art of a higher grade after that. So, Jiang Li tried for a bit according to the internal energy art, but nothing happened. If it wasn't for the memories, he wouldn't even be able to do the poses. His dream of being a martial arts genius had failed before he even started. Then, let's eat the ginseng, Jiang Li said. As long as there were enough resources, even a pig could become a martial. Detected items that can be converted to energy points. Loading the game, the legendary mech army. Targeting the main candidate. Binding the soul. Binding the genes. Binding completed. Confirmed to have the highest authority. Jiang Li was shocked and his left hand with the ginseng froze in the air. The sound in his mind appeared very suddenly. Chapter 2. The Combat Mech, Wen Gang. Opening Dominator panel. Swish. Something appeared within Jiang Li's sight, but it was transparent and didn't affect what he saw. Dominator panel. Dominator, Jiang Li. Gain, the legendary mech army. Window, types of army. Types of regular mechs, expandable, types of navy mechs, non-expandable, types of air mechs, non-expandable, types of space mechs, non-expandable, types of special mechs, non-expandable. Energy points, 0. Soul tinder, 0. This is again. Jiang Li finally remembered. Again. That was right. This was again. Jiang Li spent the whole night playing a game called the Legendary Mech Army before transmigrating. He even reached the next level. After he woke up, he came to a different world. So, the game, the Legendary Mech Army, also followed him here. If this is real. Jiang Li took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, I'll be able to solve the problem with the game. Not only that. Jiang Li paused. To be honest, the types of mech Jiang Li unlocked at later stages of the game were powerful and he was a bit excited about it. Show me the types of regular mechs on a sub-window. Jiang Li controlled the Dominator panel. Sub-window, types of regular mechs. Level 1 mechs, combat mech, unlocked, cold weapon mech, locked, firearm mech, locked, intel mech, locked, biochemical mech, locked. Right now, among the 5 armies, only regular mechs could be seen, while the remaining 4 were still locked. Besides, only one type of the regular mechs were unlocked. Master, are you in there? Someone was at the door. Since Shaolin reported to the elders about Jiang Li, they sent Officer Sulong here. He knocked and asked. Hearing the rough voice, a brawny man immediately came to Jiang Li's mind. It's Officer Sulong. Why is he here so fast? Convert it to energy points, Jiang Li said. Successfully converted the wild ginseng. 10 energy points received. Jiang Li looked at the panel and saw that 10 energy points had been added. Create a level 1 combat mech, Jiang Li issued an order. Above the mech type window a virtual screen popped up along with an illusory human figure. Countless light dots were filling the figure, making it more and more realistic. It needed about a minute. Master, it's time. You should come with me to Juyi Hall. The elders and the other officers have been waiting for you. If you remain silent, I'll come in directly, Sulong said more firmly. Officer Sulong, I'm changing in here. After all, I'm going to be the leader of the serious gang and it's a big deal for everyone. I must wear something appropriate or the serious gang will lose face. Am I right? Jiang Li made an excuse to buy himself more time. Haha, okay, be quick, Sulong laughed and said with a mocking tone. He thought. This kid really thinks he can be the leader of the gang. Fine, I'll let you wear whatever you want so you can die looking better. I'm only respecting our former leader. A minute later. Combat mech completed. Buzz. The figure on the screen turned into something real and it became like a normal person. This was like a fantasy. In front of Jiang Li there was a man as tall as he was. He looked around 20 years old and was expressionless. He was wearing a camouflage hat and outfit, and there was a badge with an inverted obtuse image on his shoulder. He was in a standard military uniform, but wasn't carrying any weapons. Master, I'm GD-01, a combat mech at early stage level 1. He walked to Jiang Li and saluted. Jiang Li was a bit startled. When he played video games, the mechs created were only a bunch of data, so they certainly weren't as astonishing as the one that appeared in front of him was. However, this felt pretty good. Of course, the mech before him wasn't a real person, but a mechanical creation. It just looked exactly like a human. GD-01 doesn't sound good, Jiang Li said. From now on, you'll be called Wen Gang. Yes, Master. The combat mech, Wen Gang, nodded. What's your current level? Jiang Li asked. Master, I can fight with 10 martial artists of peak stage elementary level at the same time, and I can beat those of early stage level 1. When I exert myself, I can kill 2 of them and myself, Wengang replied. Even though mechs were mechanical creations, they had intelligence programs in them. They might not be really smart, but they could still have simple conversations and could understand orders. Of course, the higher level the mech type was, the more advanced their program was and the more intelligent they were. Let me see. Jiang Li opened Wengang's information window. Mech type, combat mech. Level, early stage of level 1. No, GD01, Wengang. Skills, level 1 elementary combat art. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 20 energy points. Wengang's strength was out of Jiang Li's expectation. It could deal with martial artists at the early stage of level 1. In fact, Jiang Huahong was only at the early stage of level 1, but he managed to establish the serious gang and rule the entire Honghua Street. The 3 elders were only at peak stage elementary level. So with Wengang, Jiang Li's safety in this new world could basically be secured. Wengang, you need to stay close to me and protect me from now on, Jiang Li said. Don't worry, Master. Your safety is our top priority. We'll do everything we can to protect you even if it costs our lives, Wengang yelled. All right, all right. Jiang Li felt even better now. Boom. Su Long pushed open the door. Master, what are you doing? Why are you taking so long to get changed? Also, why did I hear someone else in the room? Su Long came in and asked Jiang Li. Chapter 3. Juyi Hall. Officer Su Long, Jiang Li said with an unfriendly and upset tone. That guy just broke in directly. Luckily, the combat mech had completed. Wengang stood in front of Jiang Li and stared at Su Long fiercely. Who are you? Su Long ignored Jiang Li as he had never cared about him. And yet, he was shocked by Wengang. He stopped there and sized Wengang up, but he couldn't feel any energy of a martial artist on him. So, he thought that Wengang was an ordinary person. Wengang was a mech. He wasn't a real person, so he would certainly not have the energy of a martial artist. Wengang is my new bodyguard. Is there a problem? Jiang Li said coldly. A bodyguard? Su Long knew Jiang Li only wanted comfort, but Wengang seemed to be a guy who dared to work hard. He was thinking of training Wengang into a good fighter when he had the chance. No problem, for sure. Didn't you say that you were changing? Why are you still wearing this? Oh, I don't want to change anymore. Jiang Li shrugged. This looks fine. It's simple and elegant. Yu Su Long frowned and felt like Jiang Li was messing with him. Officer Su Long, the elders must be a bit impatient now. Let's not waste any more time. We should go to Juyi Hall as fast as possible. I can't wait to become the leader of the gang, Jiang Li smiled and said. All right, all right. Su Long also smiled. If you want to die so quickly, I won't stop you. They left the house together. After a while at Juyi Hall and Su Long arrived. At the entrance there were 2 members of the serious gang. Officer Su Long, Master Jiang Li. They bowed. Officer Su Long nodded arrogantly. Nice, nice. Jiang Li gave a beaming smile and said as he patted their shoulders, it's so hot today. Thank you for guarding the door under the sun. This is our job. The 2 of them were flattered. Work hard. When I become the leader and develop the serious gang, I'll improve the welfare of our members. By then, you'll be able to eat whatever you want, Jiang Li said. Thank you, Master, the 2 members said with gratitude. Ha ha. Su Long snickered. It was easy for Jiang Li to say something like that, but in this world, nothing was more important than strength. Then Jiang Li and Su Long entered Juyi Hall and shut the door. Master seems really nice. If he really becomes our leader, our life will be better. What are you thinking? Master is too weak. The elders won't agree with this. He may not even be able to survive. Everything would be better if Chief was still alive. The two members of the gang then stopped talking. In Juyi Hall, Jiang Li looked around and saw Xiaolan kneeling on the floor. There was a main seat in front, right in the middle, which was the leader's seat. 3 people were sitting a bit lower than that seat. Chief Elder Li Huolong was sitting in the middle, while Elder Donyang and Elder Yang Zandong were sitting on the left and right respectively. There were also 5 officers of the gang on both sides. This is only a gang with 100 members, and 9 of them are elders and officers, which occupy almost 1/10 of the total number. Jiang Li thought. Elders, Master Jiang Li is here. Su Long bowed. Thank you, Officer Su Long. Take a seat. Li Huolong raised his right hand. Thank you, Chief Elder. Su Long nodded respectfully and sat on his own seat. Master Jiang Li, brother Jiang Huohong died in an accident and you are his biological son. According to the rules of the gang, you're supposed to succeed as the leader. Li Huolong said slowly, are you willing to do so? Around the hall, everyone looked at Jiang Li with disdain and they seemed to be watching a movie. Xiaolan knelt on her knees with her head down. She was trembling and she dared not to look at anyone. Ha ha. Jiang Li looked around him and laughed in his mind. He thought that his father was too unreliable. None of the members in the entire gang were loyal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a situation like this. Once Jiang Huohong died, none of the senior members of the gang were willing to help him. They even tried to set him up. This showed that these people had no emotions and loyalty at all. All they cared about was their interest. Thinking of this, Jiang Li felt relieved instead. If these people still cared about the past, it would be hard for him to kill them. Right now, he didn't have to worry about it. The Sirius gang was established by my father, Jiang Huohong, and he was also in charge of the entire Honghua Street. As the son of the former leader, I must take over his place and help the Sirius gang improve. Jiang Li looked at everyone else and said firmly. Ha ha, great. You're indeed brother Huahong's son. I'm touched by your ambition. Donyang laughed sarcastically. Ha ha. Yang Zandong smirked. The 6 officers remained silent. Chief, please take a seat. Li Huolong got up and pointed at the chair on the top. Jiang Li nodded and walked towards the seat without any hesitation, while Wen Gang followed him closely. In the Juyi Hall, everyone looked at Jiang Li. In the end, Jiang Li walked to the leader's seat and smiled. He then turned around, glanced over everyone and sat down. This kid really dares to sit there. Don't worry. Let him be happy for a while. He'll get what he deserves. The officers all looked unfriendly. Chief Elder, I'm now officially the leader of the Sirius gang. You should give me the chief's tablet. Jiang Li looked at Li Huolong. Li Huolong smiled and glanced at Officer Su Long. Of course, you can have the chief's tablet. Give it to me. Jiang Li reached out. Wait. Officer Su Long immediately got up and yelled, Elders, officers, don't you think that Master Jiang Li isn't quite suitable to be our leader? He's only at the early stage of the elementary level and knows just a few tricks. Such a person will only lead the Sirius gang into a decline. Officer Su Long is right. Strength is the most important thing. Jiang Li is too weak. He's simply not enough to be our leader. I agree. Elders, we object to letting Jiang Li be the leader of the gang. The 5 officers got up with exactly the same opinion, as if they had discussed it beforehand. This was too obvious. Their real intention was exposed and they finally began. Aha, Jiang Li yawned and didn't care at all, as if he was watching a move. He seemed to be saying, please enjoy your show. I'll not disturb you. If the show is great, I might even clap and give you a flower. According to the rules set by us and Brother Huohong, Jiang Li is totally qualified to be the next leader. Yang Zandong couldn't hide his smile anymore, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Our rules also stated that officers and elders can object to the new leader. Chief Elder, what do you think? Donyang looked at Li Huolong. Let's vote. Li Huolong said, please raise your hand if you object to letting Jiang Li be our leader. After that. Me too. Me either. And me. The 6 officers all raised their hands one after another. Yang Zandong heaved a sigh and also raised his hand firmly. You must listen to the people. Dong Yang also raised his hand. Li Huolong looked at Jiang Li and found that Jiang Li wasn't angry as expected. He was calm. Really calm. This gave Li Huolong a chill down his spine. He felt something wrong. Why is he so calm? Li Huolong thought. Jiang Li, since the 6 officers and the 3 elders objected, you'll not be our leader from now on. Su Long yelled, I think Chief Elder is more suitable to be the leader. Get down here. Get down from that seat. You don't deserve it. Get out of there. How can a loser be our leader? Do you really think you can do anything you want just because of your background? The officers shouted. They weren't talking peacefully anymore. Are you done with your show? It's lame. Jiang Li stretched his body and got up from his seat. He started to look cold and vicious. Since you've done performing, it's now my turn. Shut up, Jiang Li. Why are you pretending to be strong? You're only a loser at the early stage elementary level. If you don't want to get down, I'll have to help you. Su Long grunted with viciousness in his eyes. He jumped up from his seat and rushed to Jiang Li. His right hand was pointing right at Jiang Li's heart. Go to hell. In a blink, Su Long was already right before Jiang Li. Wang Gang, attack, Jiang Li said immediately. Yes, master. Boom. Wang Gang punched and blocked Su Long's attack. His strong energy instantly broke Su Long's arm. Ah. Phut. Su Long let out a cry and flew backwards at a high speed as he spurted out blood. He clashed against Xiaolan, knocking her down as well. Bang. The door of Juyi Hall was knocked open. A punch. A punch and Su Long flew a dozen meters away. Everyone went silent. Only Su Long's wails were left. Chapter 4. Kill them. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows. Wang Gang was indeed powerful. Su Long couldn't even withstand one attack. Wonderful, wonderful. Jiang Li was completely content. Su Long. Li Huolong got up and shouted. Who's this man? Where did he come from? He broke Su Long's arm and defeated him with just a punch. Su Long is already at the peak stage of the elementary level. Yang Zandong, Dong Yang and the other officers all looked at Wang Gang in fear. At the entrance, the 2 members of the gang who guarded Juyi Hall were also dumbfounded. They stared at Su Long on the floor in shock. What happened? Why was Officer Su Long like that? That's horrible. The maid also died. The 2 members saw Xiaolan, who had stopped breathing. This girl was killed just because of the clash. It was cruel. Master, should I kill all these people? Wang Gang asked Jiang Li respectfully. Kill us all. Dong Yang was surprised for a bit before he burst into laughter. Jiang Li, I don't know where you got this guy from and is so powerful that he injured Su Long with a punch, but how can he deal with all of us alone? That's insane. Besides, we've already reached the peak stage of the elementary level. Jiang Li, you're not the leader of the gang anymore. As the 2nd elder, I now banish you out of the serious gang. Yang Zandong then said, if you don't want to die, get out of here right now. We'll spare you life for the sake of our former leader. You really have no shame. This is totally a miracle. Jiang Li also smiled and yelled, the serious gang belongs to me. How do you banish me from it? From now on, there will be no more elders and officers in the serious gang. Don't even think about it. Jiang Li, you're not the leader. You don't have the right to issue such an order. We'll not comply, Yang Zandong and the others shouted. Then, I can't help you. Jiang Li waved his hand. Wang Gang, do it. Yes, master. Swish. Wang Gang jumped up. His speed was way faster than the elementary level martial artists. He sped to Yang Zandong and gave a punch. How dare you? Yang Zandong grunted and gathered the blood energy in his body, forming a red hand that flew towards Wang Gang. Bloody palm. Boom. Wang Gang gave a punch and Yang Zandong's bloody palm shattered. Yan Zandong felt like his hand hit a steel plate. And it was a punch with powerful energy. That's impossible. Yan Zandong's eyes popped out and he couldn't believe it at all. Phut. Blood sprayed everywhere. While Yan Zandong was still startled, Wen Gang gave a punch and Yan Zandong's head was smashed like a watermelon. Soon a headless corpse lay on the floor. Elder Yang is dead. He's dead. Oh God. He's too fast and powerful. Is he a level 1 martial artist? But why can't we sense the energy of his blood and his internal force? Was he really born this powerful? He's a monster. How did Jiang Li get this guy to work for him? The officers were terrified. Outside the hall, the two members of the gang had already widened their eyes. They watched Wen Gang kill people, while Jiang Li sat on the leader's seat calmly like someone who had complete control of everything. Master is incredible. He is such an impressive man who could kill Elder Yang in a few attacks. Officer Sulong's arm is fractured as well. He's unstoppable. Yes. Yes. The eyes of the two members were glittering. Jiang Li, I'll kill you. Swish. Dongyan was terrified right now, especially after he watched Yang Zandong die without a chance to fight back. He immediately turned around and rushed at Jiang Li. He knew that Jiang Li was only at the early stage of the elementary level. As long as he captured Jiang Li, he would be able to get out of danger. How dare you try to hurt Master? Bang. Wen Gang shouted and stomped his foot, creating a small pit on the floor. He sped up and instantly stood in front of Jiang Li to block Dongyan. Combat art. Bang, bang, bang. Wen Gang gave a dozen punches in a short amount of time and they all hit Dongyan. Blood splashed and Dongyan's chest was punched through. Dongyan widened his eyes. He had stopped breathing and his mutilated body fell on the floor. Go to hell. Bang. Chief Elder Li Huolong seized the chance to attack. He posed like a crane and his hands were like snakes with a layer of white aura around them. Internal force. That was his internal force. Wicked snake hand. Boom. Li Huolong's attack was fast and powerful. It also carried his internal force and could penetrate steel. It hit Wen Gang's chest and he was knocked backwards, destroying the chairs and tables. Internal force. Chief Elder used his internal force just then. Martial artist of early stage level 1. Chief Elder has become a martial artist of early stage level 1. Brilliant. It's over. Jiang Li's going to die. The officers cheered excitedly. Congratulations for becoming a level 1 martial artist, Chief Elder. Sulong was a bit better. He wanted to escape, but seeing Li Huolong show the power of early stage level 1, he came back immediately to be a toady. Jiang Li. Li Huolong's face turned pale. After all, he had only entered the level and his internal force wasn't strong enough. The last attack had used up most of his internal force. I've never expected this to happen. However, you killed 2 elders in front of everyone. That's too vicious. Even Brother Jiang Huahong wouldn't let you stay if he was alive. So, I must do something myself. Let me give you a decent death. You should just stab yourself. Then, you won't humiliate Brother Jiang Huahong. Li Huolong, you're such a cunning old man. Jiang Li sneered and said, you have the power of early stage level 1, but she didn't help at first. You just watched Yang Zandong and Dongyan die. That way you can criticize people's morals as if you're an upright person, while the rest of us are all treacherous. That's ridiculous. Li Huolong shouted, I have no idea what you're talking about. And Jiang Li continued, do you really think I don't know about it? You tried to set me up and murder me. I guess you've also bribed Xiaolan. Since you failed to kill me, you wanted to humiliate me by taking away my place. You're clever, but I've already seen through everything long ago. Well, the officers opened their mouths wide. Since it was the truth, they didn't know what to say. Outside the hall, the 2 members of the gang heard everything clearly. They had never thought the senior members would try to murder the son of their former leader. If they can do such things to the son of our leader, they can also do the same to normal members like us without us knowing. Should we quit the gang? The two members of the gang mumbled. Shut up, Jiang Li. Li Huolong was anxious. He couldn't let this secret leak. If all the members knew about it, they wouldn't trust the gang anymore. By then, the gang would be doomed. Go to hell. Li Huolong rushed towards Jiang Li. He had to kill Jiang Li and deal with the two members at the entrance to keep the secret safe. Bang! Wang Gang jumped and sped up. His body was like a bullet, flashing towards Li Huolong from behind. Chief Elder, be careful. Su Long yelled. You're alive. Li Huolong said as he turned around and saw Wang Gang. Wicked snake hand. Li Huolong used his internal force again. His hand was surrounded by a white aura and was in the shape of a snake, speeding towards Wang Gang. Combat art. Wang Gang swayed his fists to distract Li Huolong and moved around to avoid the attack. Li Huolong's hand went past Wang Gang's cheek very closely. Bang, bang, bang. In a short period of time, Wang Gang gave a dozen punches. Each one of them hit Li Huolong's chest, breaking through Li Huolong's defense. A powerful energy then broke Li Huolong's organs to pieces. Phut! Li Huolong spurted out blood with pieces of his organs inside. He fell down as he stared at Jiang Li with his mouth open. Chapter 5. New mech type unlocked. After Li Huolong died, Jiang Li saw a grey light dot fly out of the dead body like a firefly. It then went into Jiang Li's head through the middle of his eyebrows. Swish! Received a level 1 soul tinder. Jiang Li received a notice. Soul tinder. Jiang Li's eyes twinkled and he murmured happily, according to the setting of the game, killing something with a higher level has a certain chance of getting a soul tinder, which is a key item for unlocking mech types and army types. Swish. Sub-window, types of regular mechs. Level 1 mechs, combat mech, unlocked, cold weapon mech, can be unlocked, firearm mech, locked, intel mech, locked, biochemical mech, locked. Cold weapon mech. Jiang Li immediately opened a sub-window to check the types of regular mechs. The option, can be unlocked, appeared for the cold weapon mech. Great. Jiang Li was thrilled. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 officers, including Su Long, were completely frightened. They looked at one another, then knelt before Jiang Li. Chief, please don't kill us. Li Huolong forced us to do this. Yes, Chief. We swear we are loyal to you. The 6 officers yelled. Swish. Jiang Li first closed the windows and stared at the 5 officers who were kneeling on the floor. You swear? Jiang Li shook his head and said with a mocking tone, you must have misunderstood this word. So, just go to hell. Wang Gang, kill them all. Yes, master. Wang Gang started to execute Jiang Li's order coldly. Ah. Jiang Li, you bastard. See you in hell. You won't live long if you kill us. You're ruining the entire series, gang. Fight within. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Help. Phut. 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 A few minutes later, in Ji Hall, there were 6 more dead bodies. The floor was dyed red by the blood and there was a strong smell of blood in the air. Master, I've completed the mission. All 6 of them have been killed. Wang Gang came up to Jiang Li with blood all over his clothes and reported to Jiang Li. Well done. Jiang Li was satisfied, but he wasn't used to the dead bodies and the smell of blood. Mech type, combat mech. Level, early stage of level 1. No, GD01, Wang Gang. Skills, low-grade combat arts of level 1. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Damage, 10%, repair with 1 energy point. Condition to reach the next level, 20 energy points. Are you hurt? Jiang Li asked. 10% of damage doesn't affect my performance, Wang Gang replied. I've underestimated the level 1 martial artists. Even though Li Huolong is only at the early stage and has just formed his internal force, Wang Gang is already 10% damaged after blocking an attack. Jiang Li murmured, I don't have extra energy points now, so I can't repair you at the moment. I'm glad to know it's not affecting you. Hey, you two, Jiangli yelled. Master. The two members who guarded the entrance ran over and knelt on their knees in awe. They saw what happened in Juyi Hall. From now on, the entire Sirius gang would be under Jiangli's command. There was no doubt about it. What's your name? Jiangli asked. I'm Wen Chao, Master, the taller guy on the left answered. My name's Mahan, the guy on the right with tan skin replied. Wen Chao and Mahan. Jiangli touched his nose. Let me ask you a question. Do you have two brothers called a Zhonglong and a Zhonghu? Wen Chao and Mahan looked at each other with confusion, then shook their heads. No, Master. All right. Jiangli shrugged. Wen Chao, Mahan, from now on, you'll work for me. Jiangli waved and yelled, I promise I'll take you to eat something good. Go get a few people here to clean up Juyi Hall. Also, pass down my order. The Sirius gang will abolish the positions of elders and officers for now and everything will be decided by me. Understand? Yes, Master, Wen Chao said right away. There's one more thing, Mahan said nervously. What's wrong? Jiangli asked. Chief, even though this guy is powerful and even killed Li Huolong. Mahan pointed at Wen Gang and said respectfully, all 3 elders and 6 officers of the Sirius gang are dead. We don't have any combat power anymore. If the news spread, the gangs next to Honghua Street will definitely take the opportunity to attack us. By then, our gang will be in danger. You must be talking about the Scorpion Gang, Axe Gang and Red Flame Gang. Jiangli waved his hand and said calmly, they are just 3 weak gangs. We don't have to be scared of them. If they dare to do anything, I'll make them pay. We can even take over their territories. But Mahan smiled wryly. Right, what do we have to be afraid of? We'll just kill them all. Mahan, don't worry about it. Wen Chao patted Mahan's shoulders. Mahan rolled his eyes. Brother. Are you dumb? If there's only one other gang, we certainly don't have to worry. And yet, if the 3 gangs work together, there will be 3 martial artists of early stage level 1 and tons of fighters of peak stage elementary level. We'll be dead no matter what. Let's go. Jiangli got up and left Juyi Hall. Wen Gang walked closely behind him to secure his safety. Jiangli walked past Chao Lan's body. He glanced at it, then shook his head and didn't say a word. He had never thought Chao Lan would die just like that. What he could say was, ordinary people were extremely different from martial artists. After that, Jiangli went to the rooms of the 3 elders and the 6 officers and started searching. All of their property was in Jiangli's hands now. 9 10-year Ganodermas, 10 10-year fleeceflower roots, 5 10-year wild ginseng, 300 taels of silver, 10 blood energy pills and 3 martial arts secret books. Jiangli returned to his room and put everything he got on the table with a smile. Haha, I've got quite a lot of things. They are all mine now. Chapter 6. Anticipate, cold weapon matches. Detected items that can be converted to energy points. Would you like to convert? Sure. Jiangli confirmed, what do I keep them for? Money. I don't lack money. I lack energy points. Buzz. White light flashed. The Ganodermas, ginsengs and fleeceflower roots were gone and 24 energy points were added on the panel. The 10-year herbs can only be converted to a few energy points. Jiangli mumbled, I can make 2 mechs of early stage level 1 with 24 energy points, or I can upgrade Wen Gang to the mid stage. There's still too little energy points. Build 2 level 1 cold weapon mechs, Jiangli said. He knew that he was only at the early stage of the elementary level, so he must protect himself. Having only 1 mech was far from enough. Besides, Jiangli knew his strength was his biggest weakness. He could only make mechs in the legendary mech army, but not things like gene enhancement drugs. Of course, when he reached the peak stage and unlocked the research mechs, he might be able to develop technological products like gene enhancement drugs, but it was impossible for now. Luckily, Jiangli was in a super fantastic world where he could practice martial arts and become a martial artist. If he kept enhancing his strength, he could totally get rid of this weakness. He had to create matches, look for resources, enhance his martial arts level, continuously improve himself and finally form a flawless mech army. This was Jiang Li's goal. Swish! A virtual screen popped up. There was an illusory human figure surrounded by countless light dots, which were filling the figure to make it more realistic. There was also an X2 symbol next to the figures. 2 minutes later. Buzz. Buzz. The human figures enlarged and became realistic. Cold Weapon Mech of Early Stage Level 1, LBQ-01. Cold Weapon Mech of Early Stage Level 1, LBQ-02. Greetings, Master. A man and a woman appeared before Jiang Li. They were both wearing camouflage outfits like Wen Gan and were tall and cold. And yet they were different from Wen Gan. Cold Weapon Mechs carried a weapon, but it was only an alloy dagger that was put on their outer thigh. HN. Jiang Li nodded. I only have a few mechs right now. For convenience, LBQ-01, you'll be called Wang Yang. Yes, Master. Wen Yang saluted indifferently. She had short hair and a pretty nice body figure. Unfortunately, it was a robot. Jiang Li felt a bit sad. LBQ-02, you'll be called Wang Long, Jiang Li said again. Yes, Master. Wang Long saluted. Mech type, Cold Weapon Mech. Level, early stage of Level 1. No, LBQ-01, Wang Yang. Skills, controlling Level 1 elementary cold weapon. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 20 energy points. Mech type, Cold Weapon Mech. Level, early stage of Level 1. No, LBQ-02, Wang Long. Skills, controlling Level 1 elementary cold weapon. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 20 energy points. Their abilities are basically the same. Jiang Li murmured and nodded. Cold Weapon Mechs. These mechs only had a dagger when they were first made. As their levels went higher, they would eventually get a stiletto, sword, or long blade. Generally speaking, Level 1 Cold Weapon Mechs had already mastered the use of 4 cold weapons and had extremely strong battling power. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, when making 100 cold weapon mechs, there might be some special elite mechs that had weapons like spears or crescent-painted halberds. These elite mechs were much stronger, but there was only a slight chance of getting them. You'll go on a mission with me tonight, Jiang Li said. Yes, Master, Wen Gang replied. Jiang Li didn't want to be beaten, so he decided to attack first and eliminate the Scorpion Gang, Axe Gang and Red Flame Gang. With the forces he had right now, he could totally deal with the gangs one at a time. Blood energy pills. Jiang Li picked up the porcelain bottle, opened the lid and poured out the crimson pills. Blood energy pills. They were elementary-grade pills that were suitable for elementary-level martial artists to refine their blood and body. However, even such a low-level pill was worth 100 taels of silver, which was 100,000 yuan on Earth. Li Huolong and the others basically took all the assets of the Sirius Gang as their own. They even cleared the warehouse of the gang. Jiang Li said, "Let's see what the blood energy pills can do." Jiang Li took out a blood energy pill and ate it. Gulp. The blood energy pill slipped into his throat and entered his stomach. After that, it melted and a strong vital energy spread. Boom. Boom. Jiang Li felt like his organs were vibrating. Master, Wen Gan yelled anxiously. I'm fine. Guard the door. Don't let anyone in, Jiang Li yelled. Yes, Master. Wen Gang and the others nodded. Internal energy art. Jiang Li immediately posed and refined the vital energy inside the blood energy pill with the internal energy art. Time passed. An hour later, the vital energy and medicine inside the blood energy pill were basically refined by Jiang Li's internal energy art. Plumes of white smoke billowed out of his body and his face blushed. The effect is great. It's indeed a blood energy pill that's worth 100 taels of silver. I'm already so close to entering the mid-stage of the elementary level after taking one. Jiangli felt the changes of his body and was thrilled. Again. Jiangli took out the second blood energy pill and threw it into his mouth. He squatted down and refined the pill with the internal energy art. An hour later. Bang. Jiangli's body shook. His energy became stronger and he had successfully entered the mid-stage of the elementary level. The second blood energy pill was completely refined as well. I've reached the next stage. Jiangli smiled. Although I don't really have potential in martial arts, it's okay. As long as I have resources and medicines, I can still reach higher levels easily. There are 8 blood energy pills left. I wonder if I can reach the peak stage of the elementary level after taking all of them. At midnight, Jiangli had taken 5 blood energy pills and his energy started to become unstable, so he couldn't continue anymore. He needed time to stabilize his blood. He still couldn't reach the peak stage after taking 3 other blood energy pills, which was such a shame. Let's go. Creak. The door was opened. Jiangli walked out, while Wen Gang, Wen Yang and Wen Long stayed close behind him. They left the serious gang and went to Honghua Street. No one was on the street and it was extremely quiet. In the sky, clouds covered the moon and darkened the entire street. Let's deal with the Scorpion Gang first, Jiangli said. Chapter 7. Sneak in. Along the way, Jiangli tried to remember some information about the Scorpion Gang. The leader of the Scorpion Gang, Liu Yanbing, was also known as the Scorpion. Rumor had it that he was good at using poisons and had scorpions as his pets. Many martial artists of early stage level 1 died in his hands. This was the information Jiangli had in his mind. Clump. Clump. Jiangli came to Scorpion Street with the 3 mechs. It was quiet and nobody was there. He went ahead following the route in his memory. Half an hour later, Jiangli and the mechs arrived at the Scorpion Gang. 2 members of the gang were guarding the entrance, but they looked exhausted. Wang Long, deal with them, Jiangli said. Yes. Wang Long nodded. He hid in the dark and quietly crept closer. He took out his aloe dagger, then slashed the neck of the 2 members of the Scorpion Gang. A beam of light flashed. Fut. Fut. Blood splashed everywhere. Millimeter, the 2 members of the Scorpion Gang died silently. Wang Long dragged the 2 dead bodies away and hid them in a dark corner. Let's go, Jiangli said. They climbed over the wall and entered the backyard, hiding behind a big tree. They looked around, but nobody was there. Whether it was the Serious Gang or the Scorpion Gang, all gangs had control of a street and had their own businesses, including brothels, pubs, and gambling stalls. Generally speaking, members of the gang had to take care of these businesses, so there wouldn't be many of them at the headquarters, though there might still be around 30. Wen Yang, go catch that guy. Jiangli said, remember to be careful. Lay low. Yes, master. Wen Yang nodded and left immediately. She disappeared from Jiangli's sight and sneaked into the room. It was a piece of cake for Wen Yang to catch a person as long as she was careful. A few minutes later, Wen Yang came back with a fainted member of the Scorpion Gang. Master, mission completed. Wen Yang threw the guy on the ground. Good, Jiangli said. Well done. It's our responsibility to help you, Wen Yang said. Jiangli shrugged, then knelt down and poked the guy's face. The guy woke up after a while. You. Millimeter, the member was about to shout, but Jiangli covered his mouth. Answer my question if you want to live, Jiangli said. If you shout, you die. The member of the gang nodded quickly in fear. Where's Liu Yanbing? Jiangli asked and released his hand. He's in the assembly hall. He invited the leader of the Axe Gang and Red Flame Gang to come over. They seemed to be discussing something important, the member of the gang said. Oh. I've told you everything I know. I'm only a normal member. Please. Please don't kill me. Boom. Jiangli hit the guy's neck and he fainted again. I can finish the 3 leaders at once. Jiang Li got up and said, "We're going to the assembly hall of the Scorpion Gang." "Master, one question. Do you know where the assembly hall is?" Wen Gang asked. Wen Yang and Wen Long looked at Jiang Li together. Jiang Li paused for a while, then looked at the fainted guy and said, "Wake him up again." After a while Jiang Li got the information he wanted. "Brother, you can ask me anything you want. You can beat me a couple times more, but I don't want to waste your time," the member of the gang said. "It hurts. My neck is going to break. He hit me so hard." Boom. Jiang Li hit the guy again. The guy rolled his eyes and was knocked out right away. "You're just a slave. Why do you talk so much?" Jiang Li said. At midnight, in the assembly hall of the Scorpion Gang, Liu Yanbing was sitting on the main seat. "Scorpion, why did you ask us both to come this late? I bet it wouldn't just be for a drink." The leader of the Axe Gang, Lu Daok, sipped the wine as he put his arm around a sexy woman. His left hand had already slipped into a dress, which made her blush. Her fair, long legs were twisting around uncomfortably. "Cut the crap and get back to business." The leader of the Red Flame Gang, Hui Yinji, frowned and glared at Lu Daok. Liu Yanbing said, after Jian Kuohong died in Stone Village, there was no one to lead the serious gang. And yet, Li Huolong suddenly became a martial artist of early stage level 1, so we've never had the opportunity to take their territories away. However, the world is unpredictable. Li Huolong died today. Not only him, 2 other elders and the 6 officers of the serious gang are also dead. Lu Daok's eyes popped out. "How do you know that?" "I have an informant in the serious gang." Liu Yanbing smiled. "What happened exactly?" Hui Yinji asked. "Jiang Huahong's son, Jiang Li, found a powerful fighter and killed Li Huolong and the others," Liu Yanbing said. "He's too young and reckless after all. He didn't think about the consequences. Killing Li Huolong and the others may be able to quell his anger, but this also destroyed the foundation of the serious gang. How can he support the serious gang alone? Guys, what do you think? Our gangs can work together to take down the serious gang tomorrow. By then, we'll have equal shares of all the businesses on Honghua Street and of the serious gang. Are you interested?" "Haha, sure. Why not?" Lu Daok burst into laughter. "It's like a cake delivered to my door. I've always wanted the businesses on Honghua Street, but I've never had a chance to get them. Jiang Li gave us such a great opportunity. He's truly our hero. I must cut off his limbs to express my gratitude." But Hui Yinji pondered. "What are you worrying about?" Liu Yanbing asked. "I'm a little worried about Jiang Li's fighter. He killed Li Huolong and the others. We can't underestimate him," Hui Yinji said. "Don't worry," Liu Yanbing said confidently. "We are all working together. Even if Jiang Li's fighter is a martial artist of mid-stage level 1, I'm certain that we can win. The serious gang will be destroyed and Honghua Street is destined to be ours. Jiang Li is also going to die for sure." "Really?" "I don't think so." Suddenly, bang! A thunderous voice came. The door of the assembly hall was knocked open. The shattered wood fragments flew around the place, embedding into the walls. The punch was extremely powerful. "Who is it?" Lu Daok looked over. "How do you break into the assembly hall?" Liu Yanbing got up and yelled. "It's Jiang Li." Hui Yinji recognized the man at the door. "It's really him. Why is he here right now?" "Chiefs, I heard you talk about killing me and eliminating my gang," Jiang Li said with a smile. "You're making it hard for me." "Ha ha ha," Lu Daok laughed with disdain. "I was just thinking who that was. You sure have guts coming here. You've come at the right time. We can just kill you here, so we don't have to waste any more time. Get out of here." Lu Daok threw the sexy woman in his arms on the floor and pulled out the sword on his back. A hint of viciousness then spread. The sexy woman crawled to the corner. Chapter 8. All dead. Leader of the Axe Gang, Lu Daok. Jiang Li sized him up and his energy gave Jiang Li great pressure. However, Jiang Li didn't have to fight. Of course, he was no match for Liu Daok. He knew this clearly, but with the match, the situation was under control. "Come!" Liu Yanbing shouted with a loud voice, which sounded even clearer at night. "It's Chief. He's in the assembly hall. Come on. Something's happening. Quick!" Clump, clump, clump. Outside the assembly hall, the members of the Scorpion gang were stirred and there came some intensive footsteps. They were all rushing to the assembly hall with their weapons. "Attack!" Jiang Li immediately yelled. "Go to hell!" Swish! Wen Long attacked first. He sped forward like a cheetah with the alloy dagger on his right hand. He created a ray of light with the dagger and was aiming at Liu Daok's throat. "Wonderful!" Liu Daok yelled and slashed. Their weapons clashed against each other in the air, creating some sparks. They were equally powerful. Wen Long then kicked Liu Daok's chest. Liu Daok backed away to avoid Wen Long's attack and slashed with his sword at the same time. Swish! Wen Long dodged and stabbed the side of Liu Daok's waist with the alloy dagger. His attack was extremely fast. Liu Daok's clothes were torn and there was a wound on his body. He's fast. Liu Daok glanced at Jiang Li seriously. Why did this kid find such a powerful man? He's only at the mid-stage of the elementary level and he made a level 1 martial artist work for him. "Chief Liu, let me help you." Liu Yanbing immediately rushed ahead. He waved his right hand and a dozen shadows flew out of his sleeve. They all sped towards Wen Long. Poof! 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 Wen Yang jumped up and swayed her alloy dagger. She created rays of light in the air, slashing the shadows apart. Sizzle! These shadows were all poisonous scorpions. When their dead bodies dropped, the ground was immediately corroded by the venom, which showed how strong their venom was. Toxic palm. Liu Yanbing attacked while his hands were surrounded by internal force and black glitter. There were some strong poisons in his hands. Whoosh! Wen Yang stabbed with her dagger using her full power. A beam of light flashed and sped towards Liu Yanbing's hands. Fut! Blood splashed everywhere. Ah! Liu Yanbing let out a cry. His hands were stabbed by Wen Yang's dagger even though he had the ice silk gloves on. At the same time, Wen Yang was also repelled by Liu Yanbing's power and the poisons were stuck on her hand. Her arm was corroded, letting out plumes of smoke and some sizzling sounds. Ha ha ha, Liu Yanbing laughed. You'll die after being hit by my toxic palm unless you have my cure. My toxic palm isn't that easy to deal with. Jiang Li, you're going to die. I'll definitely make you suffer. Chief Hua, attack, Liu Yanbing yelled. All right. Hui Yinji nodded. She had already heard of Liu Yanbing's toxic palm, which carried strong poisons. Whoever got hit would certainly die. Hui Yinji took out the whip on her waist. It was covered with spikes and was entirely red. When it moved, it looked like a dancing fire snake. Combat art. Swish. 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 Wen Gang dodged to avoid Hui Yinji's attack and reduced their distance at the same time. He then flashed towards Hui Yinji. Red flame whip. Hui Yinji's eyes popped. Wen Gang's power was beyond her expectation. At such a dangerous moment, she mobilized the internal force in her body into the whip in her hand. The whip then became like a giant python and it flashed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Wen Gang gave a dozen punches in a short amount of time. His powerful energy was passed to Hui Yinji through the red flame whip. Poof! Hui Yinji spurted out blood and backed away with fear in her eyes. He's strong. Go to hell! Liu Yanbing shouted. He viciously rushed at Jiang Li at the fastest speed as he saw nobody was around him, then he gave a punch. Swish! Wen Yang put her alloy dagger in front of herself and blocked Liu Yanbing's attack easily. She then turned around and kicked Liu Yanbing away. Liu Yanbing fell on the floor and said in shock, "How did you do that?" Ha, Jiang Li chuckled. He would never tell them that Wen Yang was a mech. The trump card Liu Yanbing was most proud of was quite useless in front of Wen Yang, but the corrosiveness of the poison still raised Wen Yang's damage to 10%. Wen Gan, Wen Yang, Wen Long, finished them as soon as possible. Jiang Li heard that the sound of footsteps got closer. The members of the Scorpion Gang were on their way. Let us deal with them first. When my men are here, Jiang Li will die, Liu Yanbing said firmly. All right. Hu Yinji nodded. After a long time of fighting, there were a few wounds on Liu Daok's body. He then used his martial arts tactic, Tiger Downhill. Liu Daok shouted and gathered his internal force. He sped forward like a tiger and slashed at Wang Long from above. Go to hell. Crack. Wang Long didn't fall back. He turned to his side and blocked Liu Daok's attack with his left arm, which was then cut off. Phut. Wang Long stabbed Liu Daok in his chest with the aloe dagger and penetrated his heart. Blood seeped out of the wound, dyeing Liu Daok's clothes red. Liu Daok's jaw dropped. He had never thought Wang Long would be so fierce. When he looked at Wang Long's broken arm, he saw some electric sparks on it. He isn't human. Liu Daok was trying to say something, but his heart was pierced and crushed. The spark in his eyes became dim and his body collapsed slowly. Chief Liu. Liu Yanbing and Hu Yinji yelled in fear. After killing Liu Daok, Wang Long immediately worked with Wen Yang to besiege Liu Yanbing. Liu Yanbing's poisons might be great for dealing with other martial artists, but it was useless when facing Wang Long and Wen Yang. Poof. In the end, after a few attacks, Wen Yang stabbed Liu Yanbing in his head with her dagger. Please. Please don't kill me. Hu Yinji, who was the only one that survived, immediately knelt and begged. Bang. Wen Gang gave a punch without hesitation and crushed Hu Yinji's heart. Buzz. A grey light dot flew out of Hu Yinji's body like a firefly and into Jiang Li. Got a level 1 soul tinder. A notice popped up. I only got 1 soul tinder after killing 3 martial artists of early stage level 1. The probability really isn't high, Jiang Li mumbled. Meanwhile, outside the assembly hall. Go in there to help. 20 members at the headquarters led by the chief elder of the Scorpion Gang besieged the assembly hall. And yet, when they entered the hall, they saw the dead bodies of Liu Yanbing, Liu Daok and Hu Yinji. They instantly turned pale. Dead. All dead. The 3 leaders were all dead. Chapter 9. Harvest Time. Jiang Li glanced over the people of the Scorpion Gang and saw someone familiar. The chief elder of the Scorpion Gang, Wu Zhong. He was around 40 years old, had a square face, short hair and a scar on his left cheek. At this moment, his legs were shaking and his eyes were full of fear and shock. The thing was, the 3 leaders were all real martial artists that had already formed their internal force. Liu Yanbing had even killed many martial artists once. And now they were all murdered. How horrible. Everyone there was frightened. Their courage was gone. They weren't as fierce as they were when they came to the assembly hall anymore, and their legs were even like jelly. How could they continue to fight? They would be sending themselves to die if they rushed ahead. Clang. Clang. The 20 members behind Wu Zhong threw their weapons on the floor one after another. Ha ha. Jiang Li sized up Wu Zhong with a smile. He dropped a hint to Wang Long to ask him to cover his broken arm and wound so that nobody would find out anything weird. Oh. Wu Zhong said with a smile, Master. Master Jiang, no, Chief Jiang, you. Wu Zhong, cut the crap. Jiang Li interrupted Wu Zhong and said, Liu Yanbing has died, so from now on, the Scorpion Gang and Scorpion Street will be under the Sirius Gang and will be called at Scorpion Hall. Wu Zhong, since you're the chief elder here, you'll be the Hall Master temporarily. Well. Thank you. Wu Zhong wasn't scared anymore and was even a bit excited. He knelt before Jiang Li and yelled, I'll take good care of the Scorpion Hall for you, Chief Jiang. I won't let you down and I'll do anything for you. Liu Yanbing died and Wu Zhong became the Hall Master. This was a good thing for Wu Zhong. As for loyalty, it wasn't worth much. Jiang Li nodded. Although the Mets were powerful, they didn't know how to manage the gangs and take care of the businesses. It would be a waste if he killed Wu Zhong. Keeping them alive to take care of the gang and businesses could make himself more money for buying medicines and pills, so that he could convert them into energy points to make more matched and gradually enhance himself. As long as he had a powerful mech army, he wouldn't be afraid of Wu Zhong and the others. Of course, there were things he must be careful of. Otherwise, he could be in danger. Here's my official greetings to you as the Hall Master of Scorpion Hall. Wuzong knelt on his knees and said, "Greetings, Chief." Then the people behind Wuzong all knelt at the same time. Ha ha. Jiangli cracked a smile. Take me to the vault of the gang first. Wuzong, you're the chief elder of the Scorpion Gang. You should know where Liu Yanbing stores his treasures, right? Yes, Chief, Wuzong replied. Lead the way. Jiangli waved his hand. Yes. Wuzong got up. It was harvest time. However, before leaving the assembly hall, Jiangli turned around and saw the sexy woman in the corner. She saw everything that happened just then. Which meant she saw Wenlong's strange wound after Lu Dao cut off his arm. The thing was, if people knew that Wenlong wasn't a real person, Jiangli might be in trouble. In fact, Jiangli knew that he couldn't keep the secret for long. As the number of his mates increased and his enemies grew stronger, it would be exposed after all. However, before it did, he had to hide the secret for as long as he could and make more mates to build a stronger army as fast as possible. Then, even if the secret was exposed, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. I can only kill her. Jiangli thought. Please. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The sexy woman realized that her life was at risk. She immediately crawled to Jiangli with the upper part of her dress falling off slightly, exposing her fair skin. Her long legs were extremely sexy as well. I knew it was you, Yang Jiao. You deserve to die. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Wuzong stabbed the sexy woman in her chest with a shiny sword. He then pulled the sword out and blood spouted. The sexy woman fell on the floor and died with her mouth opened. Please forgive me, Chief. Wuzong immediately knelt and said furiously, this woman used to be Lu Dao's mistress. She took care of Ichuan brothel on Axe Street. Before I joined the Scorpion Gang, my only daughter was kidnapped and sold to that brothel by this woman, and she had no choice but to kill herself in the end. I've been trying to take revenge for my daughter, but I didn't succeed. That's why I couldn't help myself. Jiangli looked at the body of the sexy woman and shook his head. He didn't say anything when he saw Wuzong's expression. I'll spare you, since you did this for your daughter, but not next time. Thank you, Chief. Wuzong was thrilled. Sure, Jiangli said. Since you made a mistake, you must be punished. I'll take all the money and medicines you've gotten over the years. Huh. Wuzong looked up in shock. Do you have a problem with that? Jiangli asked with an unfriendly look. No, definitely not. Wuzong shook his head quickly. Liu Yanbing's place was at the center of the Scorpion Gang's compound. With Wuzong there to lead the way, Jiangli soon arrived at the secret chamber where Liu Yanbing stored his treasures. Creak. The door of the chamber, which was a bookshelf, opened automatically after they pressed the hidden button. Chief, this is it, Wuzong said. I found it accidentally. Let's go in. Jiangli walked into the secret chamber. Master, let us go in first, Wengang said. Sure. Jiangli nodded. Then Wengang walked in the front and entered the secret chamber. Swish. Swish. Once he got inside, he triggered the traps in the chamber and dozens of small arrows were shot out of the walls on both sides. Clang, clang. Those arrows pierced through Wengang's camouflage outfit and caused about 5% of damage. There are really traps inside, Jiangli mumbled. Oh. I didn't know. Wuzong turned pale. He was worried that Jiangli would think he did this on purpose and then kill him. Wenlong and Wenyan glanced at Wuzong coldly. Wuzong felt a chill down his spine and he started trembling. It was terrifying. After a while, in the secret chamber, tons of scorpions and vipers crawled out from the corners and rushed towards Wengang quickly. And although Wengang killed plenty of scorpions and vipers, there was still a lot on his body. Wenlong, Wenyan, go and help him, Jiangli said. Yes, master. Wenlong and Wenyang entered the secret chamber with their alloy daggers and immediately killed the scorpions and vipers. A few minutes later, all the scorpions and vipers in the secret chamber were finally killed. Wengang's clothes were corroded by the venom and they reached 40% of damage. Wang Long broke one arm and he was even 60% damaged. Master, we've already dealt with all the traps in here, Wen Gang said. Good. Jiang Li was relieved and entered the secret chamber, stepping on the dead bodies of the scorpions and vipers. There was a disgusting smell in the air. Inside the chamber, there were 2 black wooden boxes. Wu Zong, open it, Jiang Li said. Chapter 10. Upgrade the mech. Huh. Just me. Wu Zong pointed at himself with his jaw dropped. He was terrified and couldn't take a step. Chief Yu. Well. Oh. Liu Yanbing was good at poisoning, so he set up a few traps in the secret chamber. Nobody knew if there would be any traps or poisons in the wooden boxes. If there were, they would be activated when the boxes were opened. Hurry, Jiang Li said coldly. Yes, Chief, Wu Zong said. He knew Jiang Li did this on purpose and this was the only chance for him to clear Jiang Li's suspicions. If he didn't do as told, he would definitely be killed. So, he could only cross his fingers and pray that there were no traps and secret weapons in the boxes. Phew, Wu Zong walked to the boxes, then took a deep breath and knelt down. His body was so tight and he was ready to back away when something happened. Chief, can you do me a favor? What's wrong? Jiang Li asked. If something happens to me, can you bury me in a spot that faces the ocean and is beautiful scenery? It would also be nice if you can burn me a paper man, Wu Zong said. Jiang Li said expressionlessly, don't worry. If you die, I'll mince your body and feed it to the dogs together with the leftovers. Wu Zong was speechless. He reached out and opened the wooden box on the left. Crack. Then they saw a whole box of gold, silver and jewelry. That's a lot. Wu Zong's eyes popped out while the glitters of the jewelry reflected on his face. If we exchange them for silver, we should get around 5,000 taels. I guess. Jiang Li glanced over the box and nodded expressionlessly. Open the other one. Yes, Chief. Wu Zong nodded immediately. Apparently he was lucky because there were no traps in the boxes. He was thrilled. Crack. The second box was opened. There was a wild ginseng, a purple ganoderma the size of a hand, a white jade bottle and a book underneath. Chief, these are 100-year-old wild ginseng and purple ganoderma. They are both medicines of inferior class level 1. Wu Zong said they are worth at least 10,000 taels of silver. I can't believe we found them here in Liu Yanbing's secret chamber. Jiang Li nodded, but he didn't show how thrilled he was. He walked over and took the wild ginseng and purple ganoderma. A notice popped out. However, he didn't convert them into energy points right away and put them back into the wooden box. 5 poison art. Jiang Li picked up the book again and started reading. This is a poison art and a level 2 internal force art, but there are some missing pages. It only has information about the venom of snakes and the scorpions, and the part about snakes is even incomplete. Even so, it's much more powerful than ordinary level 1 arts, and the venom it carries is also strong. Congratulations, Chief. Congratulations for getting a peerless art, Wu Zong quickly said. Jiang Li ignored Wu Zong. Although the 5 poison art was pretty good, this wasn't a book about internal force, which was what Jiang Li wanted, and there were even missing pages. After putting down the book, Jiang Li picked up the jade bottle in the box. When he opened it, a pleasant smell came out. There was a crystal clear pill inside. Vitality strengthening pill. Wu Zong widened his eyes and stared at the pill. He said excitedly, it's really a vitality strengthening pill. It's a medicine of superior class level 1 that helps elementary level martial artists form internal force. Gulp. Wu Zong swallowed hard. The thing was, Wu Zong was a martial artist of peak stage elementary level, and he had already accumulated enough vital energy. Once he succeeded in forming internal force, he would become a level 1 martial artist. So, he wanted the vitality strengthening pill desperately. And yet, vitality strengthening pills were too expensive and they were difficult to make. People fought over them every time they appeared. They were worth at least 100,000 taels of silver or 1,000 taels of gold. This was completely out of the budget of a small gang. Wen Gang, take them all back. Jiang Li put the jade bottle back into the box and said, Yes, master. Wen Gang nodded, then lifted the boxes and left the secret chamber with Jiang Li. After taking Liu Yanbing's treasures, Jiang Li went to the vault of the Scorpion Gang and found many 10-year medicines, blood energy pills and 500 taels of silver. Obviously the Scorpion Gang was a lot richer than the Sirius Gang. In the end, Jiang Li also took everything Wu Zong had and returned to the Sirius Gang. He's finally gone. Wu Zong stood at the entrance of Scorpion Hall and saw the dead members who guarded the door. Something really big happened tonight. There are still the Axe Gang and Red Flame Gang to deal with. There's so much to do tomorrow. Why do they call Jiang Li Master? Shouldn't they call him Chief? Is it because he has a special preference? Should I call him a Master as well? That's right. I must do whatever Chief likes so I can get closer to him and rise to the peak of my life. At the Sirius Gang. In Jiang Li's room. Convert them all to energy points. Jiang Li took out all the medicines and herbs he got today and put them on the table. There were quite a lot of them and he immediately converted them to energy points. Conversion successful. Received 53 energy points. On the panel the total number of energy points became 56. Repair Wen Gan, Wen Yang and Wen Long. Jiang Li controlled the Dominator panel. Buzz. Buzz. 3 energy points were used. Wen Gang and the others were healed and their camouflage outfits were repaired. Wen Long's arm was also connected to his body again. No matter how damaged the mechs were, they could be fully repaired with a few energy points as long as they weren't broken. Thank you, Master. Wen Gang and the others said. Jiang Li nodded and opened a virtual window. Sub-window, types of regular mechs. Level 1 mechs, combat mech, unlocked, cold weapon mech, unlocked, firearm mech, 1/2, intel mech, locked, biochemical mech, locked. I've only got 1 soul tinder and it requires 2 to unlock a firearm mech. I still need 1 more. What a shame. Jiang Li murmured, it's fine. I'll unlock it sooner or later. When I do, I'll have mechs that can attack at a longer range. Upgrade combat mech, Wen Gan. Make another 1 combat mech and 2 more cold weapon mechs. Jiang Li used 50 energy points at once. Buzz. Wen Gang was surrounded by a white aura which disappeared after a few seconds. He was upgraded. Looking closely, Wen Gang didn't look very different. He used to fight with bare hands, but he was now wearing a pair of black gloves that were made with a special kind of alloy. It was tough, soft and had high defensive power. Besides, he was promoted from a recruit to a private first class. Chapter 11. One night. Information. Jiang Li opened Wen Gang's information window and started reading. Mech type, combat mech. Level, mid-stage of level 1. No, GD01, Wen Gang. Skills, level 1 intermediate combat art. Equipment, level 1 intermediate special alloy gloves. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 40 energy points. That's all right. Jiang Li nodded. He reached the mid-stage of level 1 and has new equipment. His power increased quite a bit, as expected, but the energy points needed for the next upgrade have doubled. Soon a combat mech and 2 cold weapon mechs were completed. The virtual figures became realistic and appeared in the room. Now there were 3 more mechs in there, which made it a bit crowded. Combat mech, GD02. Cold weapon mech, LBQ03. Cold weapon mech, LBQ04. Greetings, Master. All 3 mechs were male. They immediately saluted to Jiang Li. Good. Jiang Li smiled and nodded, but he didn't name these 3 mechs. Speaking of which, Jiang Li named Wen Gan, Wen Yang and Wen Long at first because there weren't many mechs and it was more convenient to call them names. After all, he couldn't call their numbers in front of people, so it would be much easier for them to have a name. However, as the number of mechs increased, naming became somewhat troublesome. To avoid trouble, he wouldn't name any other mechs anymore and would just call them by their numbers. Jiang Li arranged a room right next to his for the mechs. After all, the 7 of them couldn't stay in the same room. It must be 4 in the morning already. Jiangli looked outside the window and felt a bit sleepy. He yawned, but didn't go to sleep. Instead, he started organizing the things he got today. The medicines he got had already been converted to energy points. After making and repairing the matches, 3 points were left. The energy points weren't enough at all. I got 7 martial arts books. 2 of them are level 1 elementary internal force art, including the energy nurturing art and vitality nurturing art. There was also a level 1 intermediate internal force art, the vitality enhancing art. Jiangli took out the books. The remaining ones are on martial arts. There are 2 level 1 elementary arts, the bull fist and the dragon steps, 2 level 1 intermediate arts, the bloody palm and wicked snake hand, and lastly the 5 poison art. I should just put aside the martial arts first, Jiangli murmured. After all, this is something that takes time and hard work. Besides, the level of these books are too low. They won't really be powerful even when I finish practicing them. As for the gold and silver, there are a total of 7,000 taels of silver, which can be used to buy 60 portions of medicines that are worth 100 taels. I can convert them into 60 energy points in total, which is quite a lot. Also, I'll take down the Axe Gang and Red Flame Gang tomorrow. If everything goes well, I'll be able to get more medicines, gold and silver. Finally, the pills. Jiangli took out the porcelain bottle and counted. There were 18 blood energy pills inside. He mumbled, with these blood energy pills and the precious vitality strengthening pill, I should be able to form internal force and become a level 1 martial artist in a short amount of time. Of course, when practicing internal force, he couldn't take too many pills. If he did, he would need time to digest them, or his foundation would be unstable and he could even go crazy. Let's sleep. There's a lot to do tomorrow, so I need to rest well. Jiangli put the martial arts books and pills into the boxes, then put them in the secret compartment under his bed and went to sleep. And yet, Jiangli couldn't sleep. Memories about things that happened in his last life came to his mind. Nevertheless, a lot had happened today and Jiangli was exhausted, so he fell asleep without knowing. After several hours, the sun came out. Rays of sunlight shone on Jiangli's face. He frowned and woke up. I now realize the position of the bed is really bad. It's right in front of the window, so the sunlight shone all over my face. I can't sleep well. Besides, if there's an assassin, he can just shoot an arrow into my head through the window and I'll be dead, Jiangli mumbled and felt like he should move somewhere else, or at least change the position of the bed. In the past, Jiangli used to have a maid, Xiaolan, who prepared toiletries and breakfast for him, but nobody served him now as she was dead. Chief. Outside the door, Mahan's voice came as he knocked gently. Come in. Jiangli got up and got changed. He had to say that this world was a bit like the ancient times of China, especially the clothes. They all had long sleeves, so it was inconvenient to wear. Jiangli took some time to put them on according to his memory, though he still looked a little messy. Yes, Chief. The door opened and Mahan entered the room. Behind him was a little girl who was lowering her head anxiously. Who is she? Jiangli sized her up. Well, Chief, Xiaolan died accidentally. As the leader of the series gang, how can there be no maid to take care of you? Mahan smiled and said, so, I found you an obedient and cute maid who serves people well. The girl kept her head low and remained silent. She looked really nervous. Where did you find her? Jiangli asked. Don't worry, Chief. She sold herself to bury her father. I found her pitiful and smart, so I bought her. She should be all right, Mahan answered quickly. Ha ha. Jiangli laughed and glanced at Mahan. So, how did you know this girl is obedient, cute and serves people well? Mahan hesitated. Fine, leave her here. I indeed need a maid, Jiangli said. Yes, Chief. Mahan was thrilled. In fact, Mahan only thought the girl looked fair and Jiangli had just become the leader of the gang, so he wanted to buy her for Jiangli as a gift. The main purpose was to please Jiangli. What's your name? Jiangli looked at the girl and asked. My lord. I'm Du Xiaohua, the girl replied anxiously. Just call me Master from now on, Jiang Li said. Yes, Master. The girl nodded immediately. Keep your head up, Jiang Li said. The girl looked up nervously. Her face was thin and sallow. Although she was wearing some clean clothes, her skinny body and what she had gone through couldn't be hidden. However, the shape of her face and her body figure were pretty good. If she ate more and grew well, she would look better. Mahan surely has good taste, Jiang Li mumbled. From now on, you'll be my maid. You'll take care of my daily life. Yes, Master. Du Xiaohua nodded. I'll do my best. Chapter 12. Practice. After eating breakfast, Jiang Li took out the book, Bloody Palm, and started reading. He was trying to practice the art with a bit of the knowledge he had in his memories. And yet, he didn't make much progress. It required a long time to complete the Bloody Palm, and Jiang Li wasn't really good at martial arts. In the courtyard. Again. Boon. Boon. Jiang Li took a deep breath and hit the wooden dummy with his hands. He exerted himself, making some loud noise. It was easy to practice the Bloody Palm. He just had to gather his vital energy to his hands to create power. When he could break the wooden dummy with one hit, he had already mastered the elementary level of the Bloody Palm. Practicing the Bloody Palm needed lots of vital energy, but the vital energy of elementary level martial artists would be used up very soon and they wouldn't be able to continue. Again. When Jiang Li turned pale, he took a blood energy pill to restore his vital energy. Jiang Li almost took the blood energy pills as if he was eating candies. Once his vital energy was used up, he took the pills and continued practicing. He could only push himself with his resources. Besides, practicing martial arts was different from practicing internal force. When practicing internal force, taking too many blood energy pills would lead to unstable vital energy and foundation, or even insanity. On the other hand, practicing martial arts was a continuous process of tempering and consuming. This instead helped to stabilize the vital energy and build a stronger foundation. He didn't have to worry about taking too many pills. Not far away, Du Xiaohua was standing quietly. When she saw Jiang Li drenched in sweat, she immediately went over and wiped his face. Chief, something's happened. The chief elder of the Scorpion Gang, Wu Zong, is on their way here with all the members of the gang. They look really fierce. They must be planning on doing something bad, Wen Chao and Mahan came and said anxiously. Their hands that were holding the swords had turned a bit pale. Wu Zong is here. Jiang Li stopped and took the towel Du Xiaohua gave him. He wiped his face, then put on a clean blue gown. Chief, should we ask our members at the stores to come back? Mahan asked. What are you worrying about? Jiang Li asked. Let's go. Yes, Chief. Mahan followed Jiang Li, while Wen Chao looked vicious as if he was going to kill someone. At the entrance of the Serious Gang, 20 members of the Serious Gang lined up at the door and stopped Wu Zong and the others from entering. Most of them were holding a machete. Outside the door, there were over 100 members of the Scorpion Gang led by Wu Zong, which attracted a crowd of onlookers. I know that person. It's the chief elder of the Scorpion Gang, Wu Zong. The fat lady next to him is Elder Liu Feiyu. And there's Elder Guo Yon. Every one of the Scorpion Gang is here. I think the Serious Gang is doomed. I even heard that something happened inside the gang. From now on, Pomhua Street will become part of the territories of the Scorpion Gang. I hope the Scorpion Gang will show us some mercy. Around them there was a clamor of voices. Move. Our leader is here, Wen Chao yelled. Chief. Phew. Chief finally came. The members of the Serious Gang were relieved. They were extremely nervous to face over 100 people from the Scorpion Gang and their hands were even sweating. If they really started fighting, the Serious Gang would be at a disadvantage. People made way for Jiang Li. Jiang Li then walked to the entrance of the Serious Gang with the crowd around him. He looked at Wu Zong and glanced over the rest of the members of the Scorpion Gang. Master Jiang Li. He's really the new leader of the Serious Gang. Where are the elders of the Serious Gang? Although Master Jiang Li is Jian Huahong's son, he's just a martial artist of early stage level 1. How can he be the leader? How can such a weak person lead the gang? I knew it. The serious gang is going down. People around shook their heads. Then Wuzong took a deep breath, took a few steps forward and knelt before Jiang Li. He yelled, Wuzong, the Hall Master of Scorpion Hall and our 110 members are here to meet you, Chief. Liu Feiyu of Scorpion Hall. Guo Yom of Scorpion Hall. Members of Scorpion Hall. Greetings, Chief. Plop. They all knelt on their knees. 110 people knelt at the same time as if they had rehearsed it. The sight was magnificent. They knelt. What's going on? Why? Why are they kneeling down? Shit. Seriously. Dumbfounded. At this moment everyone was dumbfounded. Some people even rubbed their eyes and thought they were seeing things. They couldn't believe what was happening was real. Nobody would have thought that all of the members of the Scorpion Gang came to the Sirius Gang not to make trouble, but to yield. How dramatic was that? To be honest, everyone was confused and had no idea what was going on. The thing was that even fools could see that the Scorpion Gang was much more powerful than the Sirius Gang. So, why would they kneel here? It's Chief. This must be because of Chief. Mayan guessed. Chief must have done something to make them yield. Chief subdued the Scorpion Gang without anyone knowing. All hail Chief! Wang Chao shouted. All hail Chief! All hail Chief! The rest of the members also yelled and looked at Jiang Li in awe. Quiet! Jiang Li raised his hand and everyone immediately shut their mouths. Wuzong, didn't I ask you to bring everyone here in the morning? It's almost noon now. Jiang Li looked at Wuzong and said slowly. It's my fault, Chief. Please punish me. Wuzong didn't try to explain himself. Chief, it's actually our fault. Master Wuzong has nothing to do with it. Liu Feiyu said, Master Wuzong came to us to tell us about what happened last night and asked us to surrender to the Sirius Gang. We didn't believe him at first, so we tried to confirm what he said and even fought because of it. That's why we are late. Yes, Chief. Guo Yom also said, who would have thought the 3 level 1 leaders, Liu Yanbing, Lu Daok and Hui Yinji, would be murdered by you in one night. Chief is indeed incredible. Gasp. Around them people gasped. Their jaws dropped, their eyes popped out and they were dumbfounded. The 3 leaders were dead. All dead. They were all killed by Jiang Li, the leader of the Sirius Gang. That was what happened. No wonder the members of the Scorpion Gang all knelt and surrendered. Jiang Li was a hidden master. He killed 3 martial artists over a night. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Jiang Li respectfully. He was a master, a vicious person. He killed 3 leaders in a night. Clump, clump, clump. Then some footsteps came and dozens of people ran from the 2 sides of the street, besieging the members of the Scorpion Gang. How do you make trouble at the Sirius Gang? Boom. A giant hammer hit the ground and created a large pit. It was a 2-meter brawny man who had tanned skin and was bald. HM. Why did they kneel? What's happening? There was a sexy lady with red lips and heavy makeup standing next to the bald man. The red dress showed how sexy her body was and her plump, long legs were flawless. Chapter 13. City East. Jiang Li glanced over and the information about the 2 of them came to his mind. The bald man with a hammer was Pan Kuei, who was responsible for the restaurants and gambling stalls of the Sirius Gang. The sexy lady in the dress was Xu Wei, who was running the brothel in Honghui Street. They were neither elders nor officers. However, they were responsible for the businesses of the gang, so they had command over a large number of men and were quite superior. Besides, they were both martial artists of peak stage elementary level. Chief, what's wrong? What do these people want? Are they planning on something bad? Chief, you must be careful. Pan Kuei came up quickly. He was almost 2 meters tall and brawny. Although he was only at the peak stage of the elementary level, he was extremely strong in fighting. He was kind of a talented person. Pan Kuei, that's bullshit. The Scorpion Gang has yielded to Chief Jiang Li. From now on, there won't be the Scorpion Gang anymore, but Scorpion Hall, Wuzong said. That's right. Liu Feiyu also nodded. Chief Jiang is fierce and powerful. We all volunteered to surrender, Guoyong yelled. Peng Kuei glanced at Jiang Li in shock. He then looked at Wu Zong and the others. They didn't seem to be lying. Fierce? Powerful? Are you kidding me? Jiang Li's vital energy is only at the mid-stage of the elementary level. How can you see that he's strong? You're lying. Chief, can you tell me what's going on? Xu Wei walked to Jiang Li and gave him a seductive smile. She was mature, sexy and extraordinarily sultry. She gently put her fair hands on Jiang Li's shoulders and whispered in his ear, showing off the charm of a mature woman. Peng Kuei, Xu Wei, you're just in time. Jiang Li glanced at Xu Wei expressionlessly and said, Liu Yanbing, the leader of the Scorpion Gang, Lu Daok, the leader of the Axe Gang, and Hui Yanji, the leader of the Red Flame Gang, all died in my hands. The Scorpion Gang has become the Scorpion Hole under the Scorpion Gang. Take our members and come with me to the Axe Gang and Red Flame Gang. We are going to take control of their territories as well. Chief, Xu Wei opened her mouth wide and couldn't believe what she heard. Are you serious? Sure. Wu Zong immediately replied, the Scorpion Gang has surrendered. This is the proof. Well, Xu Wei and Peng Kuei were dumbfounded and they stared at Jiang Li with an astonished look. They had never thought such an unbelievable thing would happen. The thing was, they knew what Jiang Li was capable of. He had practiced martial arts for a long time, but was still at the early stage of the elementary level. They thought that Jiang Li would be killed by Li Huolong. In the end, Jiang Li turned the tides. The 3 elders and 6 officers were all dead and he even eliminated the leaders of 3 gangs in one night. It was a miracle. That's incredible, Xu Wei exclaimed. Brother Hua Hong's son isn't a bastard. Peng Kuei mumbled, I was wrong about him. At that moment in an alley in Honghua Street, a few skinny men were hiding in the shadows, watching everything that was happening at the Serious Gang. The leader of the Serious Gang, Jiang Li, killed 3 leaders and is planning to take over the territories of the 3 gangs. We must report this. HM. A second-rate gang isn't qualified to manage 4 streets. Then they left quietly. Master. When Gang came to Jiang Li, a few people were there watching you just then. Oh. Jiang Li looked over to the place where Wen Gang pointed at, but nobody was there. Looks like they are gone. Yes. Wen Gang nodded. Who would it be? Jiang Li wondered. In Yonggan City there were many second-rate gangs. They always fought with one another because of disputes of interest. Old gangs were exterminated while new ones were established. This was a normal thing here. In fact, other than the City Lord Mansion, there were 4 truly powerful gangs that ruled Yonggan City. They managed City West, City South, City East and City North respectively. Honghua Street belonged to City East. There were 13 streets that formed the shape of a spider web in City East, so there were 13 second-rate gangs. One of the 4 gangs that ruled City East was the Quicksand Gang. The Quicksand Gang had 4 halls. The hall master of each of them was very strong and couldn't be underestimated. The Serious Gang and any other gangs in City East had to pay the Quicksand Gang every month. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. Besides, none of the small gangs could interfere with businesses like herbs, pills, and weapons. They could only run other businesses, including restaurants, gambling stalls, and brothels. Any gang that violated the rules would be dealt with. Let's go. Jiang Li said as he waved. Yes, Chief. Wu Zong led everyone of Scorpion Hall to follow Jiang Li and walked towards Axe Street, where the Axe Gang was located. Peng Kuei and Xu Wei looked at each other and also kept up immediately. Lu Daok and Hui Yinji had died, so the Axe Gang and Red Flame Gang couldn't resist Jiang Li's match, let alone Wen Gang who had already reached mid-stage level 1. So, when the die-hard fans of Lu Daok and Hui Yinji had their limbs broken, every one of the Axe Gang and Red Flame Gang surrendered and they became the Axe Hall and Red Flame Hall of the Serious Gang. Things were going so smooth that Jiang Li found it unbelievable. In the evening, in the main hall of the Red Flame Hall. Nice, nice. Jiang Li cracked a beaming smile and felt thrilled. He looked at the large wooden boxes in front of him, which contained tons of herbs, silver and pills. Jiang Li didn't count all of them, but he got a lot. He could probably get 100 energy points with just the herbs. After converting them all to energy points, he could build a large number of mechs. By then, Jiangli wouldn't be scared even when the quicksand gang showed up. Then Jiangli would be truly settled in Yong'an City. Congratulations for subduing the Red Flame Gang and Axe Gang and taking over the 3 streets in City East. We'll be able to make at least 1,000 taels of silver every month from now on, Wu Zong said immediately. Brown Noser. The new Hall Master of Red Flame Hall, Zhuo Helen, glared at Wu Zong and crossed his arms. He looked extremely arrogant and didn't want anything to do with Wu Zong. How would 1,000 taels of silver be enough for our fierce, handsome and elegant chief? I think we'll certainly reach a new height under your lead. Our businesses will be greater and we'll earn over 10,000 a month. Ha ha ha, Wu Zong sneered. Zhuo Helen, you're the real brown noser here. Chief, here are the detailed records of the businesses managed by Axe Hall. Would you like to read them? The Hall Master of Axe Hall, Liu He, took out a thick ledger and brought it to Jiangli. Jiangli nodded and started reading. Chapter 14. Eagle Claw Hall. In fact, the businesses of these gangs were pretty much the same. Apart from charging some protection fees, they mostly ran restaurants, gambling stalls, brothels or traded slaves. Since most of the gangs were doing these businesses, there was fierce competition. That was why the gangs had disputes all the time. After a while, Jiangli finished reading the ledger. I don't really know how to manage the businesses of the gangs, so you must do well. Just hand in the money you earn every month, Jiangli said slowly. Also, I don't want any forceful sale on the territories of the Sirius gang from now on. Whoever violates the rules will be punished. Yes, Chief. Liu He nodded. Chief, don't worry about it. Zhuo Helen smiled. We'll follow your order. Wu Zong bowed. Chief, what if our members steal some of our profits? Peng Kuei suddenly asked. Right, I'm afraid some people might do that secretly. Xu Wei smiled. Then, just kill them, Jiangli glanced over the 3 of them and said calmly. Wu Zong trembled and looked a bit pale. He had indeed thought about taking money from the monthly income, but he was terrified by what Jiangli said. After all, his life was more important. What? That's not going to happen, absolutely not, Zhuo Helen quickly waved and said. Don't worry, Chief. The monthly income of Axe Hall will be given to you without a penny less. Nobody would steal from it, Liu He said seriously. I hope so. Jiangli chuckled. Chief Jiang, you're superior. People might think you're the city lord. Then. Boom. The door of the main hall crashed open. The 2 guards flew into the hall and fell on the floor, spurting out blood. Who's that? Wu Zong and the others got up and stared at the door. Clump, clump. There came some footsteps. At the entrance there was a middle-aged man standing in the front. He was wearing a black robe. The shape of his face was long, his eyes were fierce and he had a mustache. His right hand kept touching the small beard on his chin. It's the Deputy Hall Master of Eagle Claw Hall, Lord He Fenglin, Wu Zong exclaimed. Lord He, what brings you here? Zhuo Helen asked respectfully. My lord, please take a seat. Liu He nodded and bowed. Peng Kuei's eyes popped out. It's in. It's been so smooth all day and here comes the trouble. Xu Wei took a deep breath. Ha ha. He Fenglin smiled as he glanced over the wooden boxes on the floor. He looked at Jiangli with greed in his eyes. Chief Jiang, I heard that you killed Liu Yanbing, Lu Daok and Hui Yinji, and even took over their territories. This isn't quite right. Enlighten me, Lord He, Jiangli said. Ahem. He Fenglin coughed. Well, the Sirius gang is only a second-rate gang, so it has no right to manage 4 streets. However, since you killed Liu Yanbing and the others, you must be pretty strong. You should just give up Axe Street and Red Flame Street and hand them over to the Quicksand gang. You can take Scorpion Street. However, of course, with a price. You still need to pay tribute to the Quicksand gang. There's one thing you must understand. Without the Quicksand gang, you'll not be able to survive. It's your duty to pay us. These look pretty good. They should be enough. He Fenglin looked at the wooden boxes on the floor and pointed at them. Here, take these wooden boxes back to Eagle Claw Hall. I'll give them to Chief after a few days. Yes. Yes, Master He. People who came with He Fenglin entered the hall, ignoring Jiang Li and the others. They walked to the center and started moving the wooden boxes. Well, Wu Zong lowered his head and didn't dare to say a word. He Fenglin is truly greedy. He's taking away all these things just like that. I guess Jiang Li must be enraged right now, but there's nothing he can do. He must be frustrated. Zhua Helen thought. The Quicksand Gang is the boss of City East, so nobody dares to disobey them. Besides, He Fenglin is a martial artist of mid-stage level 1. Jiang Li must hold back his anger no matter what. Liu He also thought. I wonder what He Fenglin's planning to do with Axe Street and Red Flame Street. I hope he won't be too harsh. Damn it. Peng Kuei clenched his fists and were furious. He really wanted to smash He Fenglin's head with his hammer, but he couldn't do it, as he was much weaker than He Fenglin was. The Sirius Gang had already taken over 3 other streets, but He Fenglin suddenly came and took away 2 of them without a reason. He even took the herbs, gold, silver and pills, claiming that they were tributes for the Quicksand Gang. That was total bullshit. They were just robbing blatantly. Chief. Xu Wei remained silent as she sized up Jiang Li. She found that Jiang Li's expression wasn't much different. He wasn't furious as she expected, but calm instead. There's no other way. Jiang Li is already impressive. Unfortunately, he encountered this unreasonable deputy hall master of Eagle Claw Hall, He Fenglin. Xu Wei said quietly he should just give them the boxes. At least we'll still have control of Scorpion Street. Do it, Jiang Li said. Whoosh. Fut. Ah. The next second, a beam of light flashed. The right arm of the member of the Eagle Claw Hall in the front was cut off before he even touched the closest wooden box. Blood splashed everywhere. The broken arm dropped on the floor and the smell of blood spread over the place. My arm has been cut off, this member of Eagle Claw Hall screamed. His face turned pale and he was extremely frightened. He kept backing away while his blood flowed over the floor. In front of the wooden boxes, LBQ-03 stood with blood dripping off his alloy dagger. He looked cold and emotionless. Clearly, the one who attacked just then was LBQ-03. If you take another step, you'll die, Jiang Li said. You? How dare you? The members of Eagle Claw Hall were startled. They didn't expect Jiang Li to break the arm of one of their men without hesitation. Instantly they were enraged. They were the members of Eagle Claw Hall, the Quicksand Gang, a powerful gang, but Jiang Li dared to attack them. He certainly had a death wish. Well, Wu Zong's jaw dropped. He looked at Jiang Li and then at the screaming member of Eagle Claw Hall. Chief attacked them. Shit. Zhua Helen was stunned. He's mad. Liu He shouted, Jiang Li is really mad. What is he doing? Does he want to die? Does he really think he can resist the Quicksand Gang? He Fenglin can exterminate the entire Sirius Gang alone, not to mention the Quicksand Gang. Leader of the Sirius Gang. He Fenglin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you hurt one of my men. You're really a courageous person. Wonderful, wonderful. It's been a long time since someone did this. I'll show you what Eagle Claw Hall is capable of. Not only you, the entire Sirius Gang will be wiped out of City East. Buzz. He Fenglin started performing his arts. His internal force appeared on his body and his vital energy surged out. The fierce power of a martial artist at mid-stage level 1 came. He's strong. This is a martial artist of mid-stage level 1. Gasp. Wu Zong and the others turned pale. Chief. Peng Kuei looked at Jiang Li anxiously. Even though it was thrilling to see Jiang Li's man cut off the arm of one of the other party's members, He Fenglin was the real danger. What should we do now? Xu Wei said with her pale face. Kill him. Jiang Li yelled. Yes, master. Swish. 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 Wen Gang stayed with Jiang Li, while the 5 remaining mechs rushed at He Fenglin at the same time. Chapter 15. A melee. A ridiculous piece of shit. He Fenglin snickered with confidence. He had never taken Jiang Li seriously, but he had the reason to be confident. Since he was a martial artist of mid-stage level 1, he was much more powerful than those at the early stage. I'll let you understand why you should respect the strong. Boom. He Fenglin attacked with his internal force and formed a strong wind. GD-02 the combat mech had to retreat immediately. GD-02 took a dozen steps back. The powerful internal force destroyed his internal structure and caused quite a bit of damage. He was now 20% damaged. Swish. Swish. Wang Long and Wen Yang quickly threw their alloy daggers at He Fenglin from both sides. Dragon steps. He Fenglin dodged like a loach to avoid Wang Long and Wen Yang's attack. He then turned around and swept the floor with his leg, forcing Wang Long and Wen Yang back. Kill him. At the same time, LBQ-03 and LBQ-04 sped ahead. Their alloy dagger created two beams of light in the air. They stabbed He Fenglin in his heart swiftly. "You're going to die." He Fenglin yelled as he gathered his internal force to his hands, eagle claws. The posture of his hands was like eagle claws and they were glittering. When he scratched, the air was diverted and screeches could be heard. Clang. Clang. After two clear sounds, the attacks from LBQ-03 and LBQ-04 were blocked and they almost dropped their alloy daggers. The powerful energy even destroyed the internal structure of the two mechs, making huge damage. Combat art. GD-02 flashed ahead and gave a dozen punches with both his fists, which created sounds of explosions. Eagle claws. Whoosh. He Fenglin turned around and scratched. GD-02 was knocked away and his clothes were torn. He then crushed a wooden box, scattering tons of gold and silver on the ground. GD-02 was 50% damaged. He was strong. He Fenglin was strong. Even 5 mechs couldn't defeat him. He was still at an advantage and hadn't been injured up till now. Of course, He Fenglin performed his art several times and had used much of his internal force. At the same time, the mechs were also more damaged. Wang Long, Wen Yang, come back. Wang Gang, attack. The others help Wen Gang. Jiang Li analyzed the situation and quickly changed his strategy. Yes, master. Swish. Swish. Wang Long and Wen Yan got out of the battlefield and returned to Jiang Li to protect him, while Wen Gang rushed towards He Fenglin with his burly body like a bear. Ridiculous. He Fenglin sneered. His internal force was surging and there were some energy waves coming out of his body, making his robe flooded. He then jumped and flashed towards Wang Gang. Eagle claws. Whoosh. He Fenglin sped forward like a hunting eagle. He was carrying a strong viciousness which even tore the air apart. Combat art, Wen Gang yelled expressionlessly. He gave dozens of punches in a short period of time, creating shadows and energy waves in the air. He Fenglin widened his eyes. Boom. Crack. They clashed against each other. He Fenglin felt like he had hit steel instead of a body. At the same time, a strong power broke his internal force and fractured his fingers. Ah! He Fenglin let out a cry. He backed away, his finger bones pierced through his skin and muscles. The white bones were exposed and blood was dripping down his arms. Good. Jiang Li nodded. You, He Fenglin looked at Wen Gang in fear. Kill him, Jiang Li said. Yes, master, Wen Gang replied and sped to He Fenglin. Jiang Li, how dare you? He Fenglin yelled, I'm the deputy hall master of Eagle Claw Hall of the Quicksand Gang. If you kill me, the Quicksand Gang and Eagle Claw Hall will never let you get away with it. Bang. Fut. Wen Gang followed Jiang Li's order. With his power and his special alloy gloves, he broke He Fenlin's other arm after a few punches. What are you doing there? Attack. All of you, come inside and kill him and Jiang Li, He Fenglin shouted. Around him the members of Eagle Claw Hall, including those outside, looked at one another and rushed into the main hall. There were about a dozen of them. One of them was a martial artist of early stage level 1. He was the best fighter He Fenglin had. Wu Zhong, Zhuo Helen, Liu He, it's time for you to show me your loyalty. Jiang looked at the three of them. Chief. Wu Zong swallowed hard. I can't, I really can't. Chief, we can't offend Eagle Claw Hall, Zhua Helen said in fear. Eagle Claw Hall belongs to the Quicksand Gang, and the Quicksand Gang is the boss of City East. All the gangs of the 13 streets must obey them. Liu has said, please think twice, Chief. We've already got something. Think twice. I wanna see what they can do to me. Boon. Peng Kuei shouted and sped ahead with his hammer. He dented the chest of a member of the Eagle Claw Hall right away. That man was probably dead. Kids of the Sirius Gang, follow me and kill those bastards from Eagle Claw Hall, Peng Kuei shouted. Kill them. Don't hesitate. Around him, Peng Kuei's men and the members of the Sirius Gang yelled as they ran forward with their machetes. How dare you? Poof. He Finlin's best fighter was fierce. He killed a few members of the Sirius Gang at once, and there were several martial artists of peak stage elementary level behind him. Bang. Peng Kuei's mouth was bleeding and a few of his ribs fractured. Do it. Jiang Li said. Yes, master. Wen Yang and Weng Long stayed next to Jiang Li to keep him safe, while GD02, LBQ03 and LBQ04 went into the fight. Clang. Clang. The two cold weapon match besieged the martial artist of early stage level 1 and backed him into a corner. After a few attacks, the martial artist was injured and there was a wound on his chest. Attack, Wu Zong yelled and joined the fight. Go. The members of Scorpion Hall rushed ahead. The battle began. Ah! He Fenglin screamed. Wen Gang hit his chest and broke his defense, shattering his heart. Ahem, He Fenglin was shaking and spurting out blood continuously. He pointed at Jiang Li, trying to say something. Boom. Wen Gang kicked He Fenglin's neck and He Fenglin fell on the ground. Buzz. A light dot flew from He Fenglin's body into Jiang Li's. Got a level 1 soul tinder. How lucky. He got something right away. With 2 level 1 soul tinders, I can now unlock the firearm mech. Jiang Li was thrilled. Chapter 16. Reward and Punishment. Kill them all, every one of them, Jiang Li issued an order. Yes. Wen Gang nodded and rushed into the battlefield. He started killing like a tiger in a flock. Fut. 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 Blood splashed everywhere. Members of Eagle Claw Hall kept screaming. Wen Gang wasn't someone they could resist, and there were other mechs and members of the Sirius Gang and Scorpion Hall as well. A few minutes later, a dozen dead bodies lay on the ground, including that of He Fenglin's best fighter and a few martial artists of peak stage elementary level. Sadly, no soul tinder came out of that martial artist of early stage level 1. Master, the enemies have been dealt with. Wen Gang and the others walked to Jiang Li quickly. They saluted and reported to him. They were all covered in blood and were quite damaged. Even their camouflage outfits were torn. Jiang Li nodded and glanced over the dead bodies on the floor. The main hall was filled with the unpleasant smell of blood. Peng Kuei, Jiang Li said. Chief. Peng Kuei looked pale. He was hit hard by the level 1 martial artist and a few of his ribs fractures. Luckily, his organs weren't injured. You did well this time, Jiang Li said. Ha ha. Peng Kuei smiled as he touched the back of his head. This is a bottle of blood energy pills. Jiang Li opened the wooden box and took out a porcelain bottle. He gave it to Peng Kuei and said, there are 10 blood energy pills inside. It'll be enough for you to heal and advance to the peak stage of the elementary level. Thank you, Chief. Peng Kuei took it excitedly. The others watched this enviously. If I remember correctly, the internal force art you're practicing is just a level 1 elementary vitality nurturing art, right? Jiang Li said. Yes, Chief. Peng Kuei nodded. Jiang Li took out an internal force art. This is a level 1 intermediate internal force art, the vitality enhancing art. It's much stronger than the vitality nurturing art. Practice this instead. Chief, this is too much. I can't take it, Peng Kuei widened his eyes. Take it, Jiang Li said. Yes, Chief. Peng Kuei took the book and knelt before Jiang Li. He yelled, "Thank you, Chief. I'll not forget about this. From now on, my life belongs to you." "What do I do with your life?" Jiang Li said indifferently. "Just improve yourself and work hard for me." "Yes, Chief," Peng Kuei said. "The members of the Sirius gang who participated in the battle will be given 10 taels of silver each." Jiang Li continued. "All hail, Chief! All hail, Chief!" the members of the Sirius gang cheered. "Wu Zone." Jiang Li turned around and looked at Wu Zone. "Chief! Chief!" Plop! Wu Zone knelt instantly with a pale face. Jiang Li said coldly, "I'll put this behind me since you led the members of Scorpion Hall into the battle." "I'll never do that next time," Wu Zone shouted. "Next time?" Jiang Li yelled. "No. No, there won't be another time." "That's impossible," Wu Zong said quickly. "Zhuo Helen, Liu He." Jiang Li then looked away from Wu Zong. Wu Zong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and was glad that he went into the battlefield in the middle of the fight. Chief. Zhuo Helen's legs were like jelly and he knelt. "Chief, you killed He Fenglin and so many members of Eagle Claw Hall. They won't just let you get away with it, and you can't hide the secret for long either," Liu has said. "The best solution right now is to apologize to Eagle Claw Hall and the Quicksand Gang and beg for their forgiveness. Only then can we have a chance of surviving. You still don't feel sorry for what you did?" Jiang Li shook his head and said disappointedly, "As the Hall Masters of the Sirius Gang, you didn't resist when our enemies came and just stood aside to watch the others fight. And now, you even want to betray me. Ha ha." Jiang Li snickered. Chief, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Zhuo Helen cried. "I'm not," Liu He said loudly. "We can't fight against the Quicksand Gang. If we do so, we'll piss them off. They can finish our gang anytime they want. Chief, you're indeed fierce. You have so many strong fighters and can kill He Fenglin, but you're storing up trouble for the Sirius Gang." "Liu He, cut the crap," Peng Kuei yelled. "You're just a coward. You didn't fight because you were afraid of dying. I guess you don't really have a sense of belonging to the Sirius Gang. And now, you are here saying those things and making a bunch of excuses." "Kill them," Jiang Li said firmly. "Jiang Li." Zhuo Helen looked up and yelled, "Don't you dare kill me. Jiang Li, even if you kill us, you won't change anything. After several days, the Sirius Gang will be exterminated by Eagle Claw Hall. I'll wait for you down in hell," Liu He shouted. Fut! Fut! Wang Long swayed his right hand. His alloy dagger slashed at Zhuo Helen and Liu He's necks, cutting their throats. Zhuo Helen and Liu He widened their eyes. They fell on the ground and died in the end. Wu Zong, Peng Kuei, Jiang Li yelled. "Chief." "Yes." Wu Zong and Peng Kuei stood upright immediately. "I'll leave the Red Flame Hall and Axe Hall to you. Look for suitable candidates to be the Hall Masters when you have the chance," Jiang Li said. "Also, gather all the members of Red Flame Hall, Axe Hall, Scorpion Hall and the Sirius Gang." "Chief, where are we going?" Wu Zong asked carefully. "To attack Eagle Claw Hall," Jiang Li said. "Huh?" Wu Zong's eyes popped out. "Well," Peng Kuei said, "Chief. Are you serious? You want to attack Eagle Claw Hall tomorrow?" We won't make it." "Why?" "Go now. When the Quicksand Gang knows about this, we won't have a chance," Jiang Li said. "Eagle Claw Hall has a few hundred members. Together with their Hall Master, who is more powerful than He Fenglin, and their martial artists of early stage level 1, we won't have a high chance of winning," Wu Zong said. "Just do as you're told," Jiang Li said. "Yes. Got it." Wu Zong and Peng Kuei glanced at the body of Zhuo Helen and Liu He and didn't dare to say anything. They knew they wouldn't be able to convince Jiang Li and might even put their life at risk. "Get going." Jiang Li waved his hand. "Yes, Chief." Wu Zong and Peng Kuei then left the main hall. "Shu Wei," Jiang Li said, "I need you to do something important." "Sure, Chief," Shu Wei replied. These boxes are full of gold, silver and jewelry. I also have a few thousand taels of silver back in the series gang. I'll ask Wang Chao and Ma Han to give them all to you. After that, use all these things to buy herbs, Jiang Li said. Remember, spend all of it on herbs. Of course, you don't need to buy those graded herbs. They are too expensive. They are normally worth almost 10,000. Just get those non-graded herbs under a century old. Do this tonight and bring the herbs back to the serious gang. Chapter 17. Start to make matches. All right. Xu Wei nodded and asked, Chief, may I ask what the medicines are for? No, Jiang Li replied coldly. Xu Wei immediately stopped talking. Wang Chao, Ma Han, go with Xu Wei, Jiang Li said. Yes, Chief. Wang Chao and Ma Han nodded. You and you, come and take these boxes. Xu Wei commanded a few members of the gang. Yes. Sure, Miss Xu Wei. Those members quickly started working. Oh, right. Jiang Li suddenly said, don't forget to give our members their reward of 10 silver taels. After that, use the remaining silver for the medicines. Okay, Chief. Xu Wei smiled. Take all these back to the serious gang. Jiang Li pointed at the boxes that contained medicines and pills. Yes, Master. Wen Gang and the others took one wooden box each and followed Jiang Li out of the main hall. As for the bodies inside, the rest of the members would clean them up. When Jiang Li arrived at the serious gang, the sun had gone down. He returned to his room. Master. His maid, Xiao Hua, had already prepared dinner and reheated it a few times. Jiang Li was really hungry after such a long day. When he finished eating, Xiao Hua tidied up everything and Jiang Li asked her to go back to take a rest. Bring those things in, Jiang Li said. Yes. Wen Gang and the others entered the room and put the wooden boxes on the floor. They opened the boxes and put all the medicines inside on the table. Convert them all to energy points. Jiang Li glanced over the medicines on the table and started converting them. He got 155 energy points, so the number of energy points on the panel became 158. Swish. Sub-window, types of regular mechs. Level 1 mechs, combat mech, unlocked, cold weapon mech, unlocked, firearm mech, 2 halves can be unlocked, intel mech, locked, biochemical mech, locked. Unlock firearm mech. Jiang Li confirmed. Make 3 firearm mechs, 3 cold weapon mechs and 3 combat mechs. Upgrade Wen Gang and repair the damaged mechs. Jiang Li performed a series of operations. Making a level 1 mech required 10 energy points, so he had used 90 energy points after making 9. Also, 6 points were used to repair the damaged mechs. Finally, Wen Gang needed 40 points for his upgrade. A total of 136 energy points were used and 22 points were left. Swish. A virtual window popped up and some human figures appeared. They were gradually filled with countless light dots and started to become realistic. This was the process of making mechs. At the same time, light dots appeared on Wen Gang's body and were gone after a few seconds. He was successfully upgraded. The damaged mechs were also all repaired and looked like they were new. A minute later, 9 mechs were made. They saluted Jiang Li and lined up in a row. Now there were a dozen people in the room, so it was a bit too crowded. Master, they said at the same time. Great, great. Jiang Li cracked a beaming smile. Mech type, firearm mech. Level, early stage of level 1. No, QX01. Skills, level 1 elementary gun art. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 20 energy points. The information about the 3 firearm mechs were basically the same. Their numbers were QX01, QX02, QX03 respectively. They had mastered a gun art and were wearing camouflage outfits with 2 guns. Since they had just been made, they only had 2 pistols each, but the pistols were pretty powerful. They were comparable to the Desert Eagle. The ammunition capacity was 9 rounds and there were 4 full magazines inside. Bullets were consumables, so energy points were used to refill them. 1 energy point could already refill all the bullets a firearm mech needed. As the mechs reached higher levels, they could get rifles, submachine guns, and machine guns, which were more powerful and were definitely great weapons for taking lives on the battlefield. However, the weakness of the firearm mechs was that they would be weaker than the combat mechs if they lost their guns. They might even not be able to beat martial artists of the same level. Mech type, combat mech. Level, peak stage of level 1. No, GD01, Wengang. Skills, level 1 advanced combat art. Equipment, level 1 advanced special alloy gloves. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain, and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 80 energy points. After Wengang was upgraded to the peak stage of level 1, his skill, equipment and strength were all enhanced, but he didn't look different on the outside. As for his ranking, he was promoted from a private first class to a corporal. At midnight, Shu Wei, Wen Chao and Mahan got back. They came with a carriage that carried a few boxes of herbs and entered the courtyard of the Sirius gang. "Chief, your herbs are here," Mahan yelled. "Good." Jiang Li immediately opened the door and went to the courtyard. "Chief, those gold, silver and jewelry were worth almost 20,000. After giving out the rewards of our members, we used the remaining money for herbs as well." Shu Wei came up and pointed at the boxes on the carriage. "Please have a look." "Open it," Jiang Li said. "Yes, Chief." Wen Chao opened the box on the top. There were common herbs like wild ginseng and fleeceflower roots. "Great, great." Jiang Li was thrilled. "Shu Wei, well done." Jiang Li took out a bottle of blood energy pills. "This is your reward." "Thank you, Chief." Shu Wei took the bottle with a smile. "Wen Chao, Mahan, you two also did a great job." Jiang Li gave them a level 1 elementary internal force art, the energy nurturing art. They both took it with gratitude and were extremely excited. The thing was, Wen Chao and Mahan were only ordinary members of the gang. It was difficult for them to practice martial arts and internal force. Even Pang Kuei only practiced the level 1 elementary vitality nurturing art. So with the internal force art, Wen Chao and Mahan finally had the chance to climb up the social ladder. "Get some rest," Jiang Li waved and said. "Yes, Chief." Wen Chao and Mahan bowed and left. They couldn't wait to try practicing the energy nurturing art. "Chief, can we really take down Eagle Claw Hall?" Shu Wei suddenly asked. Jiang Li didn't answer her, but glanced at her calmly. "It's late. You should go to bed." "Yes, Chief." Shu Wei took a deep breath and left the courtyard. "Master." Wengang and the others came to Jiang Li when there was nobody else left. "Take these inside," Jiang Li pointed at the box and said. Chapter 18. Reaching the peak stage of the elementary level. Herbs were pretty expensive. A 10-year wild ginseng could cost 100 taels of silver. For those older than 10 years, the price was 10 taels higher for every additional year. Of course, if the herbs were over a century old, they would be regarded as spirit herbs, which were graded and could be 100 times more expensive. Crack. Crack. Jiang Li opened the wooden boxes one by one and saw plenty of herbs inside, including 3-7 roots, Ganoderma, ginseng and fleeceflower roots. They were all common herbs, but there were over 100 of them. "Convert them all to energy points," Jiang Li said. White light flashed. The herbs in the boxes were all gone and converted into energy points. The number of energy points on the virtual window increased by 153 points. So there were now a total of 175 energy points. Upgrade Wang Long and Wang Yang. Jiang Li operated on the Dominator panel. Then, make 3 more firearm mechs, 3 cold weapon mechs and 3 combat mechs. Swish. 130 energy points were used. Buzz. Buzz. Wang Long and Wang Yang were covered in a white aura and they were upgraded after a few seconds. Their appearance didn't change. They just got a new stiletto and their ranking was promoted to private first class. Mech type, cold weapon mech. Level, mid-stage of level 1. No, LBQ-02, Wen Yan. Skills, controlling level 1 intermediate cold weapon. Equipment, level 1 intermediate special alloy dagger, level 1 intermediate special alloy stiletto. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 40 energy points. Mech type, cold weapon mech. Level, mid-stage of level 1. No, LBQ-02, Wang Long. Skills, controlling level 1 intermediate cold weapon. Equipment, level 1 intermediate special alloy dagger, level 1 intermediate special alloy stiletto. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 40 energy points. A minute later the 9 mechs were also completed. There were suddenly 9 more people in the room. Jiangli now had 24 mechs, which were enough to form 2 troops. Including Wen Gang, he had 8 combat mechs, 10 cold weapon mechs and 6 firearm mechs. I still have 45 energy points left. Nevertheless, Jiangli didn't continue making or upgrading his mechs. I can't use the remaining energy points yet. I should keep them for repairing damaged mechs and refilling bullets. Since they were going to Eagle Claw Hall tomorrow, Jiangli was too excited. He decided not to sleep. He took out the blood energy pills and started practicing his internal energy art. Jiangli refined his vital energy and his face flushed. Energy waves were radiating from his body. In one night, Jiangli took 5 blood energy pills and reached the peak stage of the elementary level. However, since he took too many pills in a short amount of time, his vital energy was a bit unstable. He needed time to strengthen his foundation. I finally reached the peak stage. Jiangli was content. Even though he didn't sleep at all, he felt energetic. His vital energy ran through his body, which even made him a little excited. Once I form my internal force, I'll become a master. Jiangli smiled and clenched his fists with anticipation. It was still early and Wu Zong hadn't arrived yet, so Jiangli lay on his bed, closed his eyes to rest and eventually fell asleep. Du Xiaohua had prepared breakfast, but she didn't want to wake Jiangli up. At noon Wu Zong and Pan Kuei came to the Sirius Gan with more than 300 members of the Red Flame Hall, Axe Hall and Scorpion Hall. Ma Han quickly went to tell Jiangli. Chief, Master Wu Zong is here." Outside the door Ma Han knocked and yelled. Jiangli woke up and stretched his body. After sleeping for a few hours, he felt great. He opened the door directly without changing his clothes and saw Ma Han. "They are here?" Jiangli asked. "Yes, Chief." Ma Han nodded. "How many of them?" Jiangli asked. 300. "I guess all of them came," Ma Han answered. Well done." Jiangli nodded. "Ask Wu Zong to bring them to the courtyard." "Okay, Chief." Ma Han then left. "Master, would you like to wash your face?" Du Xiaohua asked. Jiangli nodded. "I'm on it," Du Xiaohua said immediately. Jiangli got ready and had breakfast. It had already been half an hour, so Wu Zong and the others were all in the courtyard. "Why is Chief still not coming?" Pan Kuei was a bit anxious. "Yeah, we've been here for almost half an hour." Many people mumbled. "Ahem." At that moment Jiangli came. Behind him was a group of people wearing the same outfits, walking at the same pace in an orderly formation. They all carried a powerful, fierce energy. It was the 24 mechs. "Chief." Ma Han ran over. "You're here." "Greetings, Chief," Pan Kuei yelled. "Chief." Wu Zong bowed. The members stared at Jiangli and the mech behind him. They felt a lot of pressure, which sent chills down their spines. These people, Wu Zong swallowed hard and tried to guess who they were. The thing was, Wu Zong and the others had seen how strong these people were. They couldn't feel their vital energy, but they were powerful, tough, and could beat martial artists of early stage level 1. There were only 6 of them yesterday, but now there were 24. That meant that they had a total of 24 martial artists of early stage level 1. With the one who killed He Fengling's best fighter, it was definitely a force. So, we now have 400 members and these masters. We may really have a chance of taking down Eagle Claw Hall. Wu Zong suddenly felt thrilled. Chief, who are they? Xu Wei asked. They are all my men. They'll be the foremost fighters when we attack Eagle Claw Hall. You just need to fight with the normal members, Jiang Li said. They'll deal with the martial artists and the Hall Master of Eagle Claw Hall. Got it. Pen Kuei nodded immediately. Even though the rest of the members were doubtful, they didn't say a word. Go now. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes, Chief, everyone replied loudly. There were almost 400 people altogether in Red Flame Hall, Scorpion Hall, Axe Hall, and the Sirius Gang. They started to march out of the Sirius Gang to the street, causing the people around to back away and look at them in awe. Why are there so many people? They all came out of the Sirius Gang. Why does the Sirius Gang have so many members? I feel like something's going on. People around started discussing. What did the Sirius Gang do? I think something's going to happen. We must report this right away. This isn't something we should be involved in. A few patrols quickly rushed back to the government office. Chapter 19. Attacking Eagle Claw Hall. The Eagle Claw Hall was located on Dragon Cave Street in City East. It was really close to the city center of Yongan City. Compared to Honghua Street and Scorpion Street, it was much bigger and was the place where the rich people lived. There were restaurants, hotels, entertainment venues, and so on. Everything here was extremely luxurious. In the afternoon, Jiang Li came with the 24 matched behind him. They were marching in an orderly 4-6 formation. The 400 members of the 4 gangs followed them at the back. People watched them walk on the street, but nobody dared to stop them. Many of them even shut their doors. They only peeked through their windows or hid on the sides of the street. They all looked terrified. The troop kept marching ahead. They were going straight towards Eagle Claw Hall. Where are these people from? I think the Sirius Gang. No, there are also people from the Scorpion Gang, Red Flame Gang, and Axe Gang. Have the 4 gangs become allies? Something big is going to happen. Look where they are going. Are they going to Eagle Claw Hall? Shit. They must be mad. They are going to attack Eagle Claw Hall. They want to die. Everywhere around people were discussing. Quick, tell Master about it. Find our brothers and gather at Eagle Claw Hall. These people are going to attack Eagle Claw Hall. I think they have a death wish. Many members of Eagle Claw Hall in Dragon Cave Street immediately took action and rushed back to the hall after seeing Jiang Li and the others. At the same time, the informants of the other gangs also sent a message to their gangs. City East was stirred. The leaders of the other second-rate gangs also received the news. I heard a few days ago that Jiang Huahong's son, Jiang Li, killed the senior members of the Sirius Gang and completely took control of the Red Flame Gang, Axe Gang, and Scorpion Gang in several days. I guess it's true. This is interesting. Jiang Li is going to attack Eagle Claw Hall. Does he want to die? This is perfectly normal. The Quicksand Gang won't let the Sirius Gang run wild. They will definitely restrict the development of the Sirius Gang, so I guess they must be having some disputes. Even if Jiang Li has all the members of the 4 gangs, he won't be able to take down Eagle Claw Hall. The Hall Master of Eagle Claw Hall, Lin Qianin, is a martial artist of peak stage level 1, and he even has a few men at the mid-stage of level 1. Besides, Eagle Claw Hall is supported by the Quicksand Gang, the real boss of Yongan City and City East. Nobody dares to disobey them. After getting the news, the leaders of many second-rate gangs thought that Jiang Li was basically sending himself to die. At the government office, the Sirius Gang. The State Lord took the letter from Sergeant Jen. There was information about the Sirius Gang, including what happened in the last few days. It was very detailed. Jiang Li is pretty impressive. He took control of 4 gangs in just several days. He must be truly capable. The State Lord nodded. We don't have to get involved in the disputes of the gangs as long as they don't hurt ordinary people. No matter who wins, there won't be any huge influences. Ask Officer Li to drop by with a couple patrols. We must send someone there. Yes, my lord. Jin Healing nodded and left. In Dragon Cave Street, at the entrance of the Eagle Claw Hall. The courtyard of the hall was huge. The door was open and members of the Eagle Claw Hall entered one after another. After a while, all the members of the Eagle Claw Hall gathered. There were a few hundred of them. In the courtyard. Creak. The door of the main building opened. The hallmaster of Eagle Claw Hall, Lin Qianin, stood there with his hands behind him. He was in a long, black robe. He was tall and his eyes were fierce. His fingers were long and his nails had an abnormal cyan color. There were also 2 people next to Lin Qianin. One of them was the chief elder of Eagle Claw Hall, Long Kaki. His hair was gray and he was wearing an extremely loose blue robe. The other one was the officer of Eagle Claw Hall, Qing Peilin, who was responsible for the rules and punishment of the gang. He wasn't tall, but he was skinny. And there was a cool smile on his face. Long Keki and Qing Peilin were both Lin Qianin's most adored subordinates and were martial artists of mid-stage level 1. If He Fenglin survived, there would have been 3 of these martial artists in Eagle Claw Hall. Master, all the members of the Eagle Claw Hall are here. We have a total of 453 people. A young man came up to bow to Lin Qianin and said. Lin Qianin looked around and said slowly, I already know what started this. The leader of the serious gang, Jiang Li, killed the deputy hall master of Eagle Claw Hall, He Fenglin. He didn't only provoke Eagle Claw Hall, but also disrespected the Quicksand gang. I was planning to go to the serious gang in person and behead Jiang Li, but he came to Eagle Claw Hall with the members of 4 second-rate gangs, claiming that they are going to attack us. He's shameless. Ha ha ha. Master, how would the small serious gang know how powerful Eagle Claw Hall is? You're right. We must finish them all this time so we can frighten the other gangs and show them what we've got. Then, they won't go against us anymore. That's right. The members of Eagle Claw Hall laughed confidently. Good. Lin Qianin nodded. That's the spirit. I now announce that whoever kills 1 person will be given 10 taels of silver and the one who kills Jiang Li will be given an internal foresight. All hail Hall Master. Brilliant. The members of Eagle Claw Hall cheered. Then, Master, the serious gang is here. The members that guarded the entrance rushed in and shouted. Be prepared to fight. Lin Qianin narrowed his eyes. Go. Clump, clump, clump. 400 people immediately surged out of the courtyard. Outside Eagle Claw Hall, Jiang Li and his men were here. The entire street was flooded with 400 people. Residents around shut their doors and hid in their homes. Boom. The door of Eagle Claw Hall opened and the 400 members of Eagle Claw Hall came out viciously with machetes in their hands. Kill them. Jiang Li took a deep breath and yelled as he waved, those who kill 1 person will be given 10 taels of silver, while those who kill 10 will be given an internal foresight. Internal foresight. This. Go. Kill them. In a blink, the hesitated members were tempted after hearing what Jiang Li offered. The internal foresight was something that truly caught their attention. The martial artists had internal foresights and they wouldn't pass them down easily. Besides, in this world, only those who practiced martial arts could become superior. Otherwise, they would be ordinary people at the bottom for their entire life. Right now there was such a great opportunity before them. They would get an internal foresight once they killed 10 people of the other party. Everyone from the serious gang went crazy. Kill them. Fut. 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 Members of both parties clashed and started killing with their machetes. There weren't any rules for the fight. After all, most of them were ordinary people and it was only about who was stronger and more vicious. Blood splashed everywhere and there were screams and the sound of stabbing. After a while a dozen dead bodies lay on the ground of the street. Jiang Li stood at the back of the battlefield with Wen Gang by his side. The 24 Mech still hadn't attacked yet, but Pan Kuei, Shu Wei and Wu Zong had already joined the fight. Chapter 20. Take them down. Swish! Jiang Li felt that someone ahead was staring at him. He looked up and saw Lin Qiaonin, who was standing at the entrance of Eagle Claw Hall. Lin Qiaonin looked extremely fierce, giving Jiang Li a lot of pressure. Go! Jiang Li calmed himself and waved his hand. Yes, master. Clump. 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 Other than Wen Gan, the remaining 23 mechs all rushed ahead. The combat mechs were the strongest in close combat. Fut. Fut. In a heartbeat, a few members of Eagle Claw Hall were dead. Bang, bang, bang. The firearm mechs took out their pistols and performed their gun art. Everyone was already killed before getting closer than 10 meters around them. And they all had a bullet hole either in their chest or their forehead. Blood flowed out of the bullet hole. What kind of weapon is that? Be careful. Fall back, fall back, fall back. The members of Eagle Claw Hall were terrified. Ha ha ha. Kill them. These people are impressive. With these masters here, we'll certainly win. The members of the Sirius gang cheered. Attack! Lin Qiaonin narrowed his eyes and yelled. Kill them. Exert yourselves. Go. Boon. 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 In an instant, the martial artists of Eagle Claw Hall sped forward as they activated their internal force. They were surrounded by a white aura as they blocked the attacks of the mechs. However, the firearm mechs weren't that easy to deal with. Jiang Li spent a lot of energy points to refill their bullets. When they performed their gun art, fire spouted out of the muzzles of their pistols and the bullets fell like drops of rain. Gasp! That's terrifying. What is that? Horrible. It was indeed horrible. The gun art could help the firearm mechs control their guns perfectly and shoot without missing. And it was not only the firearm mechs. The cold weapon mechs and combat mechs were helping to block the martial artists. So, the martial artists couldn't hurt the firearm mechs at all. Great, great, great. Jiang Li was thrilled and satisfied. The firearm mechs didn't disappoint him at all. They could play their strengths, especially under this situation. Dragon steps, Long Keki shouted as he rushed forward. He used the dragon steps to avoid the cold weapon mechs and combat mechs and tried to approach the firearm mechs at his fastest speed. Bang, bang, bang. The firearm mechs started shooting. Their bullets forced Long Keki to fall back. Long Keki knew how powerful their weapons were. If he was shot, he would die right away. Swish! Wang Long rushed forward with a stiletto on his right hand and a dagger on his left. He aimed at Long Keki's heart with the aloe dagger, creating a beam of light. Long Keki dodged to avoid the attack, then turned around and hit Wang Long with his internal force. Dragon Palm. Clang. They clashed against each other. Wang Long stepped back. There was a slash on Long Keki's hand and blood was oozing out. He looked up and stared at Wang Long. You're at the mid-stage of level 1. Let me help you. Qing Palin yelled as he tried to attack Wang Long with Long Keki. Swish! Wen Yang immediately came over to help Wang Long. Bang, bang, bang. The two parties started fighting fiercely. After a while, one of the level 1 martial artists of Eagle Claw Hall was shot by the firearm mechs. The bullet pierced through his heart, causing him to collapse on the ground as his body twitched and he died. Finally, since the start of the battle, a martial artist had died. Jiang Li. Bang. Lin Qiaonin shouted. He finally started attacking. If not, Eagle Claw Hall would lose. He let out his power of peak stage level 1, which created strong pressure that made the members of the Sirius gang turn pale. Lin Qiaonin. A martial artist of peak stage level 1. Chief, be careful. Wu Zong and Pan Kuei were frightened. Swish! Lin Qiaonin jumped into the air and swept across the battlefield like an eagle, coming in front of Jiang Li. Skyhawk Claw. Whoosh! Lin Qiaonin performed his art. His hand split the air, creating a whoosh. His claws were surrounded by blue light and were extremely sharp. They were strong enough to break a giant rock. Wen Gang, I'll leave him to you. Jiang Li backed away and said calmly. Yes. Wen Gang nodded and stood in front of Jiang Li. Get out of my way, Lin Qiaoning shouted. Combat art. Boon. Wen Gang clenched his fist and gave a punch. This punch was apparently much more powerful than those before. It even created explosions in the air and a wave of energy was formed. Lin Qiaoning's eyes popped out. Crack. The two of them clashed against each other and created a thunderous sound. Lin Qiaoning's nails broke and his finger bones fractured right away. The thing was, Wen Gang was wearing a pair of level 1 advanced gloves and he knew a level 1 advanced combat art, while Lin Qiaoning had no weapons and his Skyhawk Claw was only a level 1 intermediate art. So, he was certainly no match for Wen Gang. Ah! Lin Qiaoning let out a cry and backed away with blood dripping off his hand. He looked frightened. Peak stage of level 1. You're also at the peak stage of level 1. Why would you work for someone at the peak stage of the elementary level? Jiang Li, who are you? Kill him, Jiang Li said. Yes. Bang. Wen Gang flashed towards Lin Qiaoning and performed his combat art. Lin Qiaoning retreated quickly. He couldn't resist Wen Gang's attacks at all. Master. It's over. Master lost. How can it be? Run. The members of Eagle Claw Hall were devastated. They weren't as confident as they were before and they all started escaping. They didn't have the courage to stay and keep fighting. Go to hell. Phut. In the end, Wen Gang seized the opportunity to punch Lin Qiaoning's chest and his powerful energy shattered Lin Qiaoning's heart. Lin Qiaoning widened his eyes and collapsed. Gasp. Eagle Claw Hall is going down. The Sirius Gang is fierce. I can't believe they exterminated Eagle Claw Hall and killed Lin Qiaoning. Is City East going to change? It's horrible. Where did Jiang Li find so many masters? Around the battlefield, the informants of the other gangs and people who stayed at home were all astonished. The result was completely out of their expectation. They thought the Sirius Gang would be exterminated by Eagle Claw Hall, but it was the opposite. Lin Qiaoning was even killed. Don't let them run away. Kill them. Phut. Phut. The members of the Sirius Gang kept chasing after those from Eagle Claw Hall. Chief Jiang, please don't kill us. We surrender, plop. The surviving members, martial artists and elders of Eagle Claw Hall all knelt and begged Jiang Li for mercy so that they could save themselves. Chapter 21. The Vault. The battle had ended and the Sirius Gang won. Count the number of casualties, Jiang Li told Pan Kuei and the others as he glanced over the members of Eagle Claw Hall who were kneeling on the ground and ignored them. Yes, Chief. Pan Kuei looked at Jiang Li in awe. The thing was, Pan Kuei had been fearful since yesterday. He even thought this would be his last battle and that the Sirius Gang would be exterminated, but in the end, the result was the opposite. The Sirius Gang won and took down Eagle Claw Hall. Even Lin Qiaoning, who was at the peak stage of level 1, was killed. Such a situation made Pan Kuei really excited. Half an hour later, they finished counting the casualties. 20 people of Scorpion Hall died, 10 got severe injuries and 50 got minor injuries. 18 members of Red Flame Hall died, 15 were seriously injured and 60 had light injuries. 23 people of Axe Hall died, 8 had severe injuries and 53 were slightly injured. As for the Sirius Gang, 15 members died, 20 were severely injured and 40 had minor injuries. A total of 63 people died, which was quite a lot. However, they still took down Eagle Claw Hall. Although the 24 mechs were all damaged to a different extent, they weren't broken. In today's battle, 10 level 1 martial artists of Eagle Claw Hall were killed, but there were only 2 soul tenders. I need 4 to unlock Intel mechs. Jiang Li looked at the Dominator panel and thought. 2 more to go. When Lin Qiaoning was killed, no soul tender came out, which means that it isn't about how strong my enemies are. Is it a matter of possibility? Chief, what do we do with the people of Eagle Claw Hall? Xu Wei pointed at the members of Eagle Claw Hall and asked Jiang Li with a pale face. Her body was covered in blood, and there was blood and flesh hanging on her whip. Chief Jiang, we are willing to obey the Sirius Gang, the members of the Eagle Claw Hall immediately said. Jiang Li remained silent. In this battle, almost 200 members of Eagle Claw Hall died, including Lin Qiaoning and 2 of his best fighters. They also lost over half of their elders. Right now, only 5 elders were left. Jiang Li nodded and said, "Since you're willing to surrender, I'll take you in. From now on, Eagle Claw Hall won't be under command of the Quicksand Gang, but the Sirius Gang." "Yes, Chief Jiang," the 200 members of Eagle Claw Hall said at the same time. Peng Kuei wanted to say something, but he hesitated. "Although we eliminated Eagle Claw Hall, the Quicksand Gang won't just let us get away. The Sirius Gang has suffered a great loss this time. With these people joining us, we'll become stronger and we'll be able to deal with the Quicksand Gang." Wu Zong thought. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Who knows where the Vault of Eagle Claw Hall is? Jiang Li looked at the 5 elders. We do. The 5 elders nodded quickly. "Lead the way," Jiang Li said expressionlessly. "Chief, please follow me," Elder Luo Yi said. "Good." Jiang Li followed him and told Peng Kuei, "Clean up the battlefield. Take care of the injured members and send them to the doctor. After that, sort out the number of enemies each member has killed during the fight. I'll reward them when I get back." "Yes, Chief," Peng Kuei replied loudly. "All hail, Chief! All hail, Chief!" Everyone was thrilled and spirited. After a while, Officer Li from the government office arrived with a group of patrols. They had already smelled the blood from afar and they held their noses in disgust. Fighting is the only thing people of these gangs know. Yong'an City is so chaotic because of them, Officer Li said coldly. The patrols around him only smiled and didn't say a word. "People from the government office are here. Run. They are just here after we finished fighting." "Ha ha." People discussed quietly. "So many of them are dead." After several corners, Officer Li and the patrols arrived at Eagle Claw Hall. They saw almost 300 dead bodies all over the ground. That wasn't a small number. "Where's Lin Qiaoning?" Officer Li looked around and asked. "Who's that?" Peng Kuei turned around with the hammer on his shoulders. "Oh, Officer Li from the government office." "Peng Kuei." Officer Li frowned. "You? Where's Lin Qiaoning? I can't believe you're alive. Did you betray the Sirius Gang and join Eagle Claw Hall? That's why you're safe." "Bullshit." Peng Kuei widened his eyes. "Let me tell you the truth. The leader of the Sirius Gang, Jiang Li, is fierce and powerful. We've already taken down Eagle Claw Hall. As for Lin Qiaoning, his body is here." Officer Li chuckled. "The Sirius Gang took down Eagle Claw Hall." "Bullshit. You're just a second-rate gang. How is that possible?" Officer Li didn't believe it at all. However, when he looked in the direction Peng Kuei was pointing, his eyes popped out and something seemed to be stuck in his throat. His face turned pale and he backed away. A dead body? It was really Lin Qiaoning's dead body. Gasp! It's really Lin Qiaoning. The dead body of Qing Peilin and Long Keki as well. Have you noticed that these dead people are mostly from Eagle Claw Hall? Their wounds look weird. The patrols gasped and were terrified. The Sirius Gang really took down Eagle Claw Hall. This, Officer Li swallowed hard. "Why? Officer Li, is there anything else I can do for you?" Peng Kuei asked with a smile. "No. Nothing." Officer Li was stunned. Lin Qiaoning died. Eagle Claw Hall was exterminated. This news was like bombs, making Officer Li dizzy so he couldn't think clearly. To be honest, he had no idea how the Sirius Gang dealt with Eagle Claw Hall. What actually happened back there? Why was Jiang Li so powerful? He must report this to the State Lord. This required a careful investigation. However, the Quicksand Gang would soon know that the Sirius Gang exterminated Eagle Claw Hall and they wouldn't just sit there. He wasn't sure if Jiang Li could get rid of the Quicksand Gang. Perhaps he should suggest the State Lord to rope the Sirius Gang in order to control the Quicksand Gang. When the traces of monsters appeared in Stone Village last time, the former leader of the serious gang, Jiang Huahong, went there to investigate. And yet, he got nothing and even lost his life, Officer Li mumbled. I can tell Jiang Li about this and ask him to send someone there for investigation. After all, that's where his father died. In the vault of Eagle Claw Hall. Boom. Luo Yi pushed open the giant stone door. The torches inside lit up automatically and shone over the dark vault. Jiang Li smelled the herbs even before he entered. Chief, this is the vault of Eagle Claw Hall. All of our herbs, pills, gold, silver and weapons are in there, Luo Yi said. Chapter 22. Action. Jiang Li nodded and entered the vault. There were many wooden boxes inside and rows of weapon shelves. Most of the weapons were ordinary iron weapons like swords and machetes. Open the boxes, Jiang Li waved and said. Okay, Chief. Luo Yi nodded and opened the boxes one after another. The glitters from the jewelry shone on everyone's face and there was some white silver arranged neatly in the boxes. There were a huge number of them, but they couldn't see the exact number. They had to do a count. Of course, apart from the gold, silver, jewelry, antiques and paintings, there were 100 bottles of blood energy pills with 10 pills each. This was much more than the amount the Scorpion gang had. Besides, Jiang Li saw 3 vitality-strengthening pills in an exquisite jade bottle. Nice. Jiang Li was thrilled, but he didn't show it. He glanced over them carefully. Most of the herbs were under a century old, which were normal non-graded ones, but there were plenty of them. Around 100. There were also 9 spirit herbs that were a century old. Jiang Li saw a gorgeous, luxurious jade box on the side of the vault, which stood out from the surrounding boxes. He walked over, then picked it up and opened it. A dagger. There was a black dagger inside the jade box. It glittered under the light and was letting out a chill. It was definitely a powerful weapon. Chief, this is a cold iron dagger. Luo Yi exclaimed, it's made with a special material called cold iron. It can cut iron like mud. The dagger itself even contains a chill and is one of the best level 1 weapons. Oh, really? Jiang Li was interested. He held the cold iron dagger in his hand and really felt a chill running through his hand to his body. He resisted it with his vital energy. Crack. Jiang Li swung the dagger and created a beam of light in the air. An iron sword on the weapon shelf was split in half with a smooth incision. It's really sharp. Jiang Li's eyes brightened. When I slashed the sword, I couldn't feel any resistance, as if I was cutting a piece of tofu. Congratulations for getting such a strong weapon, Chief, Luo Yi said. That's all right. Jiang Li put the cold iron dagger back into the jade box and said, asked someone to make a case for the cold iron dagger. Got it. Luo Yi nodded. Jiang Li left the vault of Eagle Claw Hall and continued searching. He found plenty of gold, silver, herbs and a few books in Lin Qiaonin's room. Peng Kuei, Wu Zhen, Shu Wei sent someone here to bring all these things back to the serious gang. Jiang Li walked to the courtyard and yelled. Yes, Chief. Peng Kuei and the others replied loudly. Chief Jiang. Officer Li came up to Jiang Li with a smile. You are? Jiang Li sized up Officer Li and saw the patrols behind him. He had guessed the identity of Officer Li, but he didn't say it. I'm Li Kun, an officer from the government office of Yonggan City, Officer Li introduced himself. Oh, can I help you? Jiang Li asked. Chief Jiang, you created chaos. The fight between the gangs is affecting the order of Yonggan City, Officer Li said. Officer Li, you're talking to the wrong guy, Jiang Li said. In fact, it was the deputy hallmaster of Eagle Claw Hall, He Feng Lin, who made trouble with the serious gang, so I had no choice but to resist. If you need someone to blame, you should go to the Quicksand gang. Officer Li, if there's nothing important, I'll leave now. I'll invite you to the serious gang next time. Let's go. Jiang Li turned around and left. This, Officer Li was startled. Let's go back. Keep up, keep up. Take these back. Peng Kuei and Wu Zhen walked behind Jiang Li. The rest of the members took the loot and also left Eagle Claw Hall with a beaming smile. Chief Jiang Huahong died in Stone Village. If you're free, go check it out. You might be able to find out who killed him, Officer Lee immediately yelled. Thank you for your reminder, Officer Lee. I'll go there when I have time. Jiang Li replied without turning around. This guy. Officer Lee frowned. Officer, what do we do now? The sergeant asked. Let's go. Officer Lee waved. Okay. The sergeant nodded happily. After Officer Lee and the patrols left, Luo Yi and the rest of the members were left in Eagle Claw Hall. He was the temporary hall master of Eagle Claw Hall. Rest well, Luo Yi said and left. Jiang Li gave him a task, which was to make a case for the cold iron dagger. So he had to finish it. The members of Eagle Claw Hall were lost. The Sirius gang had taken down Eagle Claw Hall. They only joined the Sirius gang in order to survive, so they were anxious about the future. They had no idea what to do. At the Quicksand Gang, the headquarters of the gang was located in the center of Yongan City. It was a huge mansion with a courtyard. In the assembly hall, Eagle Claw Hall is down and Lin Chaoning died. Gather everyone of the Dragon Hall, Tiger Hall, and Willow Hall. We are going to deal with the Sirius gang tomorrow. The leader of the Quicksand Gang, Heng Liusha, was sitting on the main seat. He didn't have any expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with viciousness. Yes. The elders of the Quicksand Gang nodded. Chief, why don't we just send someone there? One of the elders asked. Since the Sirius gang is strong enough to take down Eagle Claw Hall, we can't underestimate them. Heng Liusha said, we must be decisive and cautious at the same time. Wise, Chief, the elders quickly agreed with him. When Heng Liusha received the news about the extermination of Eagle Claw Hall, he had already decided to finish the Sirius gang. Besides, the Quicksand gang was indeed capable of doing so. They were one of the 4 three-rate gangs in Yongan City that had thousands of members and had control of the entire city east. They had become wealthy and powerful after all these years. Of course, it took time to gather all the members of the 3 halls. So, they would probably take action tomorrow. At the Sirius gang, Jiang Li had already come back. He opened the boxes with the gold and silver and asked Chu Wei and the others to distribute the rewards. The injured members also came back to heal. At the same time, Jiang Li took out the energy nurturing art and vitality nurturing art and gave them to members who killed 10 enemies, as promised. Time flew by. After settling everything, it was already evening. The members went back with their rewards and the entire Sirius gang was full of laughter. Chief, even though we won this time and it seems to be a good thing, Wu Zong said seriously. We may actually be in danger. The Quicksand gang will certainly take revenge on us. What should we do about it? Right. Peng Kuei nodded and said anxiously, the Quicksand gang is a strong gang. I have a mission for you, Jiang Li said after a while. There are 13 streets in City East which belong to 13 second-rate gangs. There are 9 others apart from the Sirius Gang, Scorpion Gang, Red Flame Gang and Axe Gang. Visit them one by one tonight. Ask them to join the Sirius Gang and become one of our halls. If they refuse, kill them. Chief, City East will be in chaos, Wu Zong said. Right. Peng Kuei nodded. Besides, we are not strong enough. I'll let them come with you. Jiang Li waved. Wang Long and Wang Yang came over with a combat mech, a cold weapon mech and a firearm mech behind each of them. Chapter 23. Refuse to trade. Jiang Li sent Wu Zong and the others off from the Sirius gang. Wang Long and Wang Yang were both at the mid-stage of level 1 and 6 other mechs of early stage level 1 were also with them. They should be able to deal with the 9 second-rate gangs. In the courtyard, Jiang Li asked all the members to leave. Only Wen Gang and the mechs were left, guarding the boxes on the ground with tons of herbs. I must keep making mechs. Jiang Li took a deep breath and mumbled, if I want to eliminate the Quicksand gang completely and settle down in Yongan City, I must have a large number of mechs. This time Jiang Li got almost 100,000 taels of silver from Eagle Claw Hall, even after he rewarded the members. This showed how wealthy Eagle Claw Hall was. The thing was, it was just one of the halls of the Quicksand gang. They had 3 other halls and their headquarters as well. If he could take down the Quicksand gang, If I can take control of the quicksand gang and convert everything they have to energy points, I'll be able to make tons of matches. That would be incredible. Jiangli was a bit excited. Convert them to energy points. Jiangli waved his hand. Buzz. A white light flashed and the herbs in the boxes were all converted into energy points. Those that were a decade old were worth 1 point each, while the ones that were 20 years old were worth 2. As the age of the herbs increased by a decade, the energy points they could be converted to also increased by 1 point. Conversion successful. Received 453 energy points. A notice popped up. Jiangli opened the Dominator panel and saw that the number of energy points became 460. There were 45 points left from last time, but he used 32 points for repairing the match and refilling the bullets of the firearm match during the fight with Eagle Claw Hall. Make 10 combat matches, 10 cold weapon matches, and 10 firearm matches. Jiangli controlled the Dominator panel. Buzz. A virtual window popped out and 3 virtual human figures appeared, which then gradually became realistic. A minute later. Swish. Swish. 30 matches appeared in front of Jiangli, lining up orderly. Greetings, Master, the match saluted and said. Great, great. Jiangli cracked a smile. He used 300 energy points for making 30 matches, so there were 160 points left. Upgrade Wen Gang, Wen Long and Wen Yan. Jiangli continued. Buzz. Wen Gang was surrounded by an aura and was successfully upgraded after a few seconds. He had been enhanced in every aspect. Although he didn't look different, he seemed to be more fierce. He was promoted from corporal to sergeant. Mech type, combat mech. Level, perfected stage of level 1. No, GD01, Wen Gang. Skills, level 1 ultimate combat art. Equipment, level 1 ultimate special alloy gloves. Characteristics, a mechanical creation that isn't afraid of dying, can't feel pain, and is extremely loyal. It stops functioning only if its heart is broken or 90% of its body is destroyed. After it dies, it can be recycled for half of the energy points of the cost. Condition to reach the next level, 1 level 2 Soul Tinder, 100 energy points. Wen Gang's information also changed. Perfected stage of level 1. Jiangli nodded. His strength must have increased a lot. On the other hand, although Wen Long and Wen Yang weren't next to Jiangli, they were also upgraded. They reached the peak stage of level 1 and unlocked up swords. I've used up my energy points. Jiangli watched the number of his energy points become 0. I used 80 points for Wen Gang's upgrade and 80 in total to upgrade Wen Long and Wen Yang. That's 160 points. Not one more, not one less. I'll have to wait for Shuwaye to buy the herbs and continue making matches. Jiangli thought. An hour later. Shuwaye and the others came back, but not with the herbs. They took almost 100,000 taels of silver with them and didn't even spend one. What's wrong? Where are the herbs? Jiangli looked at the empty carriage and asked as he frowned. Chief, people at the largest herb store in City East, the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs, refused to sell herbs to us after knowing we are from the Sirius Gang. They even sent us out, Wen Chao said furiously. I'm so pissed. Yes, Chief. They even said the Sirius Gang offended the Quicksand Gang and will be exterminated soon, Mahan said. How can they refuse to serve their customers? Jiangli said. Chief, there is another important thing, Shuwaye said seriously. The Quicksand Gang has secretly started gathering the members of their 3 halls. They are apparently planning to attack the Sirius Gang tomorrow. Tomorrow? Jiangli's eyes twinkled. That's enough time. The Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs, Jiangli said. I'll go with you. Let's see if they'll sell us the herbs or not. Yes, Chief, Wen Chao and Mahan immediately said. With Chief here, they wouldn't dare to refuse. Lead the way. Jiangli only took Wen Gang, a combat mech, a cold weapon mech and a firearm mech with him. Together with Shuwaye and the others, they all left the Sirius Gang and went to the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. Looking from afar, it was a building with 9 stories. It was grand, bright, and there were lanterns hanging at the entrance. It was flooded with customers who came to buy herbs. Even though it was midnight, many people were still here to shop. Welcome. At the entrance, two women in a close-fitting dress greeted Jiang Li with a smile. Jiang Li walked into the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. The decorations inside were gorgeous. There were many shelves with herbs and pills on them. You again. Jiang Li and the rest of them entered and saw a middle-aged man. He wasn't tall, but very fat and had an oval figure. It was the manager of the first floor, Ducallan. I told you we are not going to sell anything to the serious gang. Don't you get it? Ducallan said angrily. I've already asked you to leave and now you came back again. You? Wen Chao was furious. Around them many customers looked at them curiously as if they were watching a drama. It's the serious gang, a second-rate gang in City East. I heard that they took down Eagle Claw Hall. Haha, I guess they won't survive any longer. The Quicksand Gang will finish them very soon. Such things have happened before. Right. Everyone discussed quietly. You're open for business. How can you choose your customers? Jiang Li asked. Who are you? Ducallan glared at Jiang Li and said in disdain, Where are you from, kid? Do you know anything about business? These things belong to the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs and we have the right to decide if we want to sell them or not. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes. How dare you disrespect our leader? I'm going to kill you. Wen Chao was enraged. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at Ducallan. Chapter 24. A conflict. You want to kill me? You were still a baby when I risked my life fighting with people. Ducallan shouted as his chubby cheeks wiggled like waves. Here, surround them. Also, you're their leader, right? A second-rate gang is nothing. Ducallan glared at Jiang Li in disdain. Clump, clump, clump. Around the store some footsteps sounded. The guards of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs heard Ducallan and rushed over immediately. In a heartbeat, a dozen people surrounded Jiang Li and the others. Who's making trouble here? The leader of the guards, Jin Yeling, was tall and his eyes looked fierce. There was a steel machete hanging on his waist. He glanced at Ducallan and stared at Jiang Li and the others. Chief Jing, there they are. Ducallan pointed at Jiang Li and the others. Guys, do you want to go by yourself or should I ask someone to escort you out? Jin Yeling said. You're sending us away without knowing what's going on. Wen Chao said furiously. We are here to buy herbs, but this fat guy refused to sell anything to us. How can you do business like this? Jin Yeling frowned and said, That's not my responsibility and I don't know anything about that as well, but you definitely can't make trouble in the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. Ha ha. Ducallan snickered. Chief, what should we do? Shu Wei looked at Jiang Li. I want to meet your boss, Jiang Li stepped forward and said. Haha, our boss isn't someone you can meet anytime you want. Ducallan smiled and grunted, Who are you anyway? Chief Jing, don't waste any more time. Throw these people out now so they won't affect our business. Now, please, Jin Yeling said as he showed the way to the door with his right hand. Since you're so unreasonable, I'll not argue with you. Jiang Li became cold and yelled, Do it. Swish. 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 After that, the three matched behind Jiang Li simultaneously rushed at the guards at a high speed. Those guards were only elementary-level martial artists, so they were no match for the match. Ah. There were screams everywhere. In 30 seconds, a dozen guards all fell on the ground, letting out cries. They wouldn't be able to get up in a while. You? Jin Yeling was astonished. Such speed and strength. These people are martial artists. They are powerful. These guards are mostly at the peak stage of the elementary level. They aren't weak, but those people knock them down so easily. The serious gang is indeed something. Things are getting serious. The Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs is supported by the City Lord Mansion. They've already offended the Quicksand Gang and now the City Lord Mansion. The serious gang is in great trouble. People talk to each other quietly. Then Jin Yeling attacked immediately. He quickly approached Jiang Li and pulled out his steel machete, slashing from above. Jiang Li looked calm as if he didn't see Jing Yeling's attack and he didn't care about it at all. Clang! Crack! Wen Gang gave a punch, which created the sound of explosion in the air. His powerful energy broke Jing Yeling's steel machete. Jing Yeling let out a cry as he flew backwards and he spurted out blood. One punch and he was severely injured. Gasp! People around gasped. Jing Yeling is a martial artist who practices internal force, but Jiang Li's man injured him like that. Even his steel machete was split in half, someone said in shock. You. Tu Kellen trembled and his face turned white. He was apparently frightened. Jiang Li, this is the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. You hurt so many of our men. There's no way you can walk out of here alive. Come here, come here. Tu Kellen yelled. We have a problem. Quick. In 30 seconds, the guards of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs came from all directions and blocked all the ways out. There were at least 100 of them, flooding the entire first floor. Chief Zhao, Tu Kellen, was thrilled and he shouted. Zhao Peipei was the chief leader of the guards. He looked cold and was 2 meters tall. He was carrying a spear on his back and was walking in the front. He glanced at Tu Kellen, then Jing Yeling and the others who were on the floor. Finally, he looked at Jiang Li. Did you hurt them? Zhao Peipei asked. I'm here for business, not to make trouble, Jiang Li exclaimed. After all, Jiang Li only wanted the herbs, not more enemies. Business? You don't seem like you're doing business, Zhao Peipei said. He refused to sell us the herbs when Zhao pointed at Tu Kellen and yelled. Tu Kellen, what's going on? Zhao Peipei asked. Tu Kellen paused for a while and continued, Chief Zhao, they are from the Sirius Gang. You know, the Sirius Gang offended the Quicksand Gang. If we sell herbs to them, we'll also be in trouble. The Sirius Gang. Are you Jiang Li? Zhao Peipei sized Jiang Li up curiously. That's me. Jiang Li nodded. Chief Jiang, we're not responsible for dealing with business matters, so I can't decide if we can sell you the herbs or not, Zhao Peipei said. However, you hurt the guards of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs, which is a provocation to us. It's my responsibility to maintain the safety and order of this place. So, I have no choice but to offend you. Besiege them. Zhao Peipei waved his hand. The guards immediately came up. A few of the guards were martial artists of early stage level 1, while Zhao Peipei had reached the peak stage. Chief, Mahan said anxiously. They have too many people. Shu Wei took out her long whip. Ha ha. Tu Kellen was even more arrogant. That doesn't mean they'll win, Jiang Li said calmly. Crack. Wen Gang stayed next to Jiang Li. He stomped his foot gently and the marble floor cracked. A pit was formed. Zhao Peipei widened his eyes and pulled out the spear on his back. Stop, seeing the conflict escalate, someone at the stairs shouted. My young master. Zhao Peipei wanted to say my lady, but that young master stared at him. He immediately corrected himself and bowed. Young master, why are you here? Tu Kellen knelt on the floor. Greetings, young master. The Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs is not a gang. Friendliness is conducive to our success, but now you're fighting in here at midnight, the young master yelled. Jiang Li looked over and saw a boy in a blue gown walking towards them with a folding fan in his hand. He had a curvy body figure and fair skin. Even women weren't as stunning as he was. A girl disguising as a boy. Jiang Li saw the fair skin of the young master and the fact that he had no Adam's apple. Chapter 25. Sealed the deal. Chief Jiang. This beautiful young master smiled and unintentionally showed his charm, making people feel close to him. After all, looking good was truly an advantage. Jiang Li nodded expressionlessly. Luckily, he knew the young master was in fact a girl, or he might find it weird. Of course, if the girl liked to disguise as a boy, he wouldn't expose her secret. I'm Dugu Luo, the young master folded up his fan and introduced himself. The young master of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. Right on time. Jiang Li smiled and didn't even ask if Dugu Luo was his real name. He said, I want to buy herbs that are worth 100,000 taels of silver from the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. I just need some non-graded herbs which are 10 years old. 100,000 taels of silver. Dugu Lua raised his eyebrows and said, this isn't a small trade. It's just a little strange. However, the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs has tons of herbs. Here, bring all the herbs Chief Jiang needs from the storehouse. Yes, young master. Soon a worker at the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs replied. Wait. Dukalin immediately stopped them and walked to Dugu Lua with his body bent. He whispered, young master, the serious gang offended the quicksand gang. If we sell our herbs to Jiang Li, wouldn't we piss them off? Should we? Shut up, Dugu Lua interrupted Dukalin and said coldly as he glared at Dukalin. Yes. Zhao Peipei came up and slapped Dukalin on his face. Dukalin let out a cry. His body spinned in the air and finally fell on the ground. Half of his face was swollen. Please forgive me, young master. Please forgive me. Dukalin crawled up, then knelt on the floor and cried. Dukalin. Dugu Lua glanced at Dukalin indifferently. You've always had close contact with people of the quicksand gang. You took advantage of your position to get benefits for yourself. In the past, I put that behind me because of your hard work here, but now I think I've been indulging you. Your behavior has become more inappropriate and you even want to fawn over the quicksand gang. Why? Young master, Dukalin turned pale and was trembling. Also, for the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs, whoever comes to trade with us is our customer. And yet, you refuse to serve them, disregarding our reputation. Dugu Lua continued, you're no longer suitable to be our manager. You may leave now. Young master, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please give me another chance. I'll not do this again. I'll not do this again, Dukalin cried and said. You deserve this. Wang Chao grunted. Young Master Dugu, it's late now. We should talk about business first, Jiang Li said. You're right. He's not worthy of your precious time. Dugu Lua nodded. I've already asked someone to bring out the herbs. You can go to the storehouse to check it out if you want. That's not necessary. Jiang Li waved. I'll wait here. Soon workers of the chamber brought out some sophisticated wooden boxes from the storehouse and opened them one by one. There were plenty of herbs arranged neatly inside. There were a total of 10 boxes. Each of them had 100 herbs, including 3-7 roots, Dendrobium officinale, ginseng and ganoderma. All the herbs were a decade old and were of great quality. There were 1,000 herbs altogether. Chief Jiang, these are the herbs you requested for, a total of 1,000 herbs that are 10 years old. They cost exactly 100,000 taels of silver, Dugu Lua said. Would you like to take a look at them? If you think they're all right, we can trade right away. Of course, the quality of our herbs is absolutely guaranteed, so there won't be any discount. I hope you understand. Young Master Dugu, this isn't a small trade. We are talking about 1,000 herbs that are worth 100,000 taels of silver. Shouldn't you give us a discount? Shu Wei said. Haha, no discount. Dugu Luo smiled. Although Dugu Luo looked fine, he was a bit upset about Jiang Li's men hurting his guards. That was why he was making it difficult for Jiang Li in this way. However, Jiang Li didn't care about money. All he needed was the herbs. There were 1,000 10-year herbs. Each of them could be converted to 1 energy point, so he would get 1,000 points in total. That was definitely a huge number. It's all right. Jiang Li waved. Just seal the deal. I'll take all these herbs. Shu Wei, give me the banknote. Jiang Li reached out. Chief, these herbs are overpriced, Shu Wei said quietly. It's fine, Jiang Li said. Okay. Shu Wei took out the 100,000 taels of silver and gave them to Jiang Li. Young Master Dugu, herbs for the money. Jiang Li handed over the banknote. This is a banknote that equals 100,000 taels of silver. I got it from Yong'an Bank. Great. Dugu Lua took the banknote with a smile and had a look. The banknote is fine. These herbs are yours now. Should we deliver them for you? Yes, thank you. Jiang Li nodded. Cover the boxes and prepare a carriage. Chief Jiao, send a few people to go with Chief Jiang to help deliver the herbs to the designated location. Dugu Luo said. Yes, young master. Jiao Peipei nodded and replied respectfully. Chief Jiang, I still have other things to deal with. I'll leave you with Chief Jiao, Dugu Luo said. Thank you, young master Dugu, Jiang Li said. Dugu Luo turned around and was about to leave, but he saw Ducalan still kneeling on the floor. He frowned and yelled, Why are you still here? Ducalan lowered his head as if he didn't hear Dugu Luo. Break his limbs and throw him out, Dugu Luo said. The Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs is indeed fierce. You're harsh to your own people. He only refused to sell herbs to a second-rate gang. Does he deserve to have his limbs broken? I finally have the chance to see how you treat your man. At the entrance of the chamber, a brawny man walked in. His voice resounded in everyone's ears like claps of thunder. Clump, clump, clump. Some footsteps came and many gangsters surged into the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. Chief Heng. Ducalan looked up and was thrilled. Heng Liusha. Dugu Luo was startled. He looked at Ducalan and kind of knew what was happening. It's really Heng Liusha. What is he doing here? Great, Heng Liusha came here for them in person. Why do I feel like this is all planned? Jiang Li is in big trouble. They are here for the serious gang, people murmured. It's the quicksand gang. Jiang Li slowly walked to a wooden box and put his right hand on it. Convert them to energy points. Jiang Li controlled the Dominator panel. Chapter 26. A trap. Jiang Li lowered his head and continued operating on the Dominator panel as if he hadn't seen Heng Liusha. Then, Heng Liusha, what do you want? As the boss of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs, Dugu Luo had to confront Heng Liusha. Ha ha, Heng Liusha laughed. What do I want? Of course I must eliminate these disrespectful people. I don't want anyone to question the power of the quicksand gang. Jiang Li, come forward, or do you want me to do it? Heng Liusha stared at Jiang Li. Dugu Luo frowned and remained silent. After all, Jiang Li's trade with the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs had finished, so he wasn't their customer anymore. Besides, both of them only met today, so they weren't really close. However, Dugu Luo looked at Ducalan and had already decided to kill him. Ducalan trembled. He was probably the reason why Heng Liusha showed up tonight. In fact, he was indeed. Conversion successful. Received 100 energy points. Jiang Li received a notice. The herbs in one of the wooden boxes had already converted to energy points. The box was closed, so nobody saw the herbs disappear. Heng Liusha, I'm curious. How did you know I was here? Jiang Li walked to another box and put his hand on it to do the conversion again. He didn't count how many people of the quicksand gang were here, but there should be at least a few hundred. Besides, the 3 Hall Masters and many elders were standing behind Heng Liusha. They were all martial artists of peak stage level 1. Jiang Li only brought 4 Mets with him tonight. Wen Gang was the only one who was at the perfected stage of level 1, while the other 3 were at the early stage. The difference in strength between both parties was huge. How did I know? Heng Liusha chuckled and said with a mocking tone, Kid, the entire city east belongs to the quicksand gang. Nothing can be hidden from me. Also, I know you sent someone to those second-rate gangs tonight. That's ridiculous. Even if you rope them all in, you're still not strong enough. However, to avoid any more trouble, I've already sent someone to go and kill you, man. I guess it's almost over. I don't think so. Jiang Li glanced at the Dominator panel. The number of Mech remained the same, meaning that Wen Long and Wen Yang were fine. Wen Long and Wen Yang were both at the peak stage of level 1, and they brought some other Mech with them. So, Heng Liusha's men were certainly no match for them. Jiang Li, don't waste my time. I'm telling you that you're going to die today. Ducalan had given it all out. He knew Dugu Luo would never forgive him after what happened today, so he wanted to go over to Heng Liusha to save himself. Chief Heng has already known that you spent a large amount of money on herbs. Although he had no idea what the herbs were for, he knew that you'd buy again. He asked me to lure you out of the serious gang so he can kill you here. I was only trying to buy more time so that Chief Hen can come in time. Chief Hen is indeed wise. He only used a small plan to back you into a corner. The trouble is solved at the least cost. Ha ha ha, well said. Heng Liusha burst into laughter. He was in a great mood. Indeed, if Jiang Li really roped all the second-rate gangs in, the serious gang would have over 1,000 members and would become a large gang. By then, even if Heng Liusha gathered all the members of the Quicksand gang to attack the serious gang, they would suffer heavy casualties, which wasn't a good thing for the Quicksand gang. So Heng Liusha set up a trap to get Jiang Li out of the serious gang. Then, he came here in person with his men to kill Jiang Li. Once Jiang Li died, the serious gang would naturally fall apart. What a trap. I guess Heng Liusha spread the news on purpose and made everyone think he was going to take down the serious gang tomorrow. Jiang Li is just too young. Heng Liusha has ruled City East for a long time, so nothing here can be hidden from him. He set this up and Jiang Li fell into the trap right away. I thought we could watch the gangs fight tomorrow. I've never expected it to end tonight. Jiang Li's time is up. Around the store people whispered and stood far away so they wouldn't be affected. What a shame. Dugu Luo shook his head and also thought that Jiang Li would definitely die. It was impossible for Jiang Li to turn the tides under such a situation. A trap? Chief Heng, I think your trap isn't big and strong enough. It may be able to catch a wild boar, but certainly not a tiger. Jiang Li took a deep breath and said calmly. He lifted his right hand from the last wooden box. The 1,000 herbs had all been converted and he got 1,000 energy points. A tiger? You? Heng Liusha snickered. Jiang Li, show me what you've got. Kill him. I'll compensate for all the loss of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. Attack. Block all the entrances. Don't let Jiang Li run away. Kill them. After that, the 5 elders of the Quicksand gang attacked at the same time, while the 3 Hall Masters sat aside. Heng Liusha wasn't planning to do anything at the moment. He just stared at Jiang Li coldly. Kill them. Jiang Li yelled. Combat art. Wen Gang shouted and sped forward. He raised his fist and gave a punch. There was a sound of explosion in the air, forming an air wave. Poof. Crack. Crack. Ah. Someone let out a cry. The right arm of the elder in the front was shattered by Wen Gang's punch, as if a bomb blew it up. Blood splashed through the air and the fragments of the bones flew everywhere. He fell on the floor, crushing a few shelves. Elder he. This. The other 4 elders were terrified. How is that possible? Around the store everyone was astonished and frightened. Elder, his arm was smashed. The people from the Quicksand gang were also dumbfounded. Perfected stage level 1. He must be at the perfected stage of level 1, Jiao Peipei exclaimed. He's definitely at the perfected stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure a peak stage martial artist like that. This. Jiang Li found a martial artist of perfected stage level 1 as a subordinate. Dugu Luo took a deep breath and sized up Jiang Li with his glittering eyes. He had no idea why Jiang Li was so strong. Great, great, great. Heng Liusha looked completely cold. The energy in him soared and his internal force made him extremely fierce. The perfected stage of level 1. Heng Liusha was also a martial artist of perfected stage level 1. That's why you're so confident. You have a master at the perfected stage. No wonder you dared to provoke the Quicksand gang and could take down Eagle Claw Hall. Heng Liusha took out the weapon on his waist. It was a pair of weapons that looked like the claws of a tiger. There was a glint of coldness on it and it was obviously used for killing. This is interesting. Now, let me kill you, man, and show you that some martial artists of perfected stage level 1 are better than others. After that, Heng Liusha rushed at Wen Gang like a tiger and gave a punch. His internal force surged out and there was an explosion in the air, forming waves of energy. Boom. Wen Gang crossed his arms, blocking Heng Liusha's attack. He took a few steps backwards and created some pits on the marble floor. Brilliant. Heng Liusha shouted and sped ahead again. Haha, this isn't my only trump card. Jiang Li smirked and immediately opened the Mech Types window. Upgrade Combat Mech GD-020, Cold Weapon Mech LBQ-015 and Firearm Mech QX-018. Jiang Li started upgrading the 3 mechs next to him. They were promoted from the early stage to the perfected stage of level 1. Each of them needed 140 energy points, so a total of 420 points were used. Half of the 1,000 points that Jiang Li had just gotten had already been consumed. Chapter 27. It isn't necessarily useful to have so many people. Though it took a minute to create the mechs, the upgrading process was swift. Soon, as the aura around the 3 mechs disappeared, their upgrade was completed. They were all at the perfected stage now. Combat Mech GD-020 didn't look much different, but he now had a pair of black gloves, the same as Wengan's. He was promoted from a recruit to a sergeant and his combat art reached the ultimate stage of level 1. The Cold Weapon Mech had 3 more weapons, including an alloy stiletto, an alloy sword and an alloy long blade. They were all level 1 ultimate weapons. His sword and long blade were on his back, while his dagger was put on his waist. He was also promoted to a sergeant and had now mastered the control of level 1 ultimate cold weapons. Finally, the Firearm Mech. He had the greatest change among the 3 mechs, as he was promoted to 3 ranks higher at once. The rifle, submachine gun, and machine gun were all unlocked. There were 2 pistols on the sides of his thighs, while the submachine gun and rifle were hanged on his shoulders. He was holding a Maxim machine gun with both hands. It was entirely black and was covered with glints of coldness. His whole body was full of magazines, including those for the rifle, the submachine gun and the pistol. Finally, there was an enormous bullet box, half of his height on his back. A black chain of bullets extended from the bullet box and was connected to the Maxim machine gun in his hands. His rifle was similar to the M416 rifle. With the expanded magazine, which had 40 rounds, and the 4 full rifle magazines, he had 200 rounds in total. The submachine gun was similar to the CW-05 submachine gun. Adding up the bullets in the expanded magazine, which could carry 50 rounds, and the 4 full submachine gun magazines, there were 250 rounds of submachine gun bullets. The machine gun came with a gun holder and was entirely black. It was similar to the QJY-88 machine gun. It could shoot up to 1,000 meters and could fire 300 rounds every minute. The bullet box the Firearm Mech carried could store up to 1,200 rounds, so at the highest rate of fire, he could shoot constantly for 4 minutes. Overall, a Firearm Mech of perfected stage level 1 was powerful enough to cause destruction and kill people by himself, especially on a battlefield. Besides, the physical fitness of a Firearm Mech of perfected stage level 1 equaled that of a martial artist of the same level, which was why he could carry so much equipment. Otherwise, normal people would have found it inconvenient to walk around with so many bullets, let alone fight. Great, great. Jiang Li was thrilled when he saw the changes on the 3 mechs. At the same time, the changes on the 3 mechs caught people's attention. Everyone was curious why they suddenly had so many strange equipment. What's going on? What did Jiang Li do? Also, look carefully. What's those weapons on that guy? Is he carrying some iron tubes? I don't get it. Haha, they are just grasping at straws. No matter what, Jiang Li wouldn't be able to turn the tides. Heng Liusha is well prepared, people around whispered. Jiang Li, what are you going to do now? Dugu Luo looked at Jiang Li and sized up the 3 mechs with curiosity in his eyes. The 3 of them changed in a heartbeat. It was weird. Chief is dealing with the master of perfected stage leave 1 of the serious gang. We should make use of the opportunity to take Jiang Li down now. Okay. Let's do it. Swish. 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 The elders looked at one another, then sped to Jiang Li at a high speed. They were already a dozen meters ahead in a blink. 015, kill them, Jiang Li said coldly. Yes. Swish. Cold Weapon Mech LBQ-015 swayed his body and disappeared. He was as fast as a ghost or an assassin. Nobody could catch up with him. He's fast, Zhao Peipei said. The next second, there was a ray of light in the air. The cold weapon mech held his dagger with his right hand and slashed the throat of an elder of the quicksand gang. Blood splashed everywhere. Ah, the elder screamed as he covered his neck in fear. He fell on the floor right away with blood running all over the ground and his body twitched. He was dead. An elder of the quicksand gang was dead. After one attack. Just one attack. The cold weapon mech showed his great strength. Another martial artist of perfected stage level 1, Xiao Peipei exclaimed. That's impossible, people yelled. Gasped, everyone around gasped. I can't believe it. Jiang Li has 2 men who are at the perfected stage of level 1. Who? Who exactly is he? Is he really just the leader of a second-rate gang? Shit. Why do I suddenly feel like the quicksand gang is in trouble? Everyone was stunned. This Dugu Lua was also shocked. He then mumbled, did Jiang Li use some sort of powers? Is that why the 3 of them changed so obviously? Bang. At that moment, the battle between Wen Gang and Heng Liusha became more intense. Wen Gang couldn't feel pain and wasn't scared of dying. Together with his level 1 ultimate combat art and weapon, Heng Liusha was gradually suppressed. Fut. Both of them clashed against each other. Heng Liusha was forced backwards. His mouth was bleeding and a terrifying energy went into his body, causing some serious injuries. At the same time, Wen Gang was also 10% damaged. Jiang Li, I've underestimated you. Heng Liusha stared at Jiang Li fiercely, then looked at the cold weapon mech with the dagger. 2 martial artists of perfected stage level 1. You're really good at hiding your strength. If we wait until tomorrow, I might lose. However, you don't get the chance to do so. I brought so many people here tonight and you're only at the peak stage of the elementary level. I just have to kill you. Hear your order. Whoever beheads Jiang Li will be given 100,000 taels of silver, a level 1 advanced internal force art and the position of deputy leader. 100,000 taels of silver. A level 1 advanced internal force art. And the position of deputy leader. Gasped, the members of the quicksand gang became spirited. The 3 hall masters also held their weapons tight and couldn't wait to attack. Kill him. Kill Jiang Li. For the money. For the books. Kill. A few hundred people around were holding their machetes and weapons. Quite a lot of them were martial artists at the early stage and mid-stage of level 1. They had a lot of fighters. In a blink, the first floor of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs was flooded with a few hundred people who were rushing towards Jiang Li fiercely. Protect Chief. Wang Chao's legs were shaking, but he didn't back away. He stood in front of Jiang Li with his sword in his hands. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Chief. Ma Han was also frightened. Let's go. Shu Wei bit her red lips. Sometimes it isn't necessarily useful to have so many people. Jiang Li said slowly and hinted for the firearm mech to attack. Crack. Crack. The firearm mech took a few steps forward expressionlessly and stopped. After fixing the holder of the machine gun, he pointed the gun at the members of the quicksand gang. Chapter 28. Vicious. That guy, what is he doing? Xiao Peipei widened his eyes and watched. Is he using some kind of special weapon? People murmured in doubt. That looks like something made by connecting a few iron tubes and rods. What can it do? Can it stop a few hundred people of the quicksand gang? That's impossible. I don't believe it. Everyone shook their heads. Brothers, let's go. The 3 hall masters in the front sensed danger and slowed down, but the other members had been carried away by the rewards, so they rushed forward. Bang. The firearm mech pulled the trigger. Fire. Jiang Li waved his hand. Bang. Bang. The instant that the firearm mech pulled the trigger, fire spouted out of the muzzle of the machine gun. The machine gun was shaking and the smell of gunpowder spread. The bullet chain vibrated, but the machine gun didn't affect the firearm mech at all. Tinkle, tinkle. Many yellow shell cases dropped on the floor, but their sounds were masked by the gunfire. The sky was like raining bullets. Fut. 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 Blood. There was blood everywhere. The bullets pierced through human bodies. Even martial artists that had internal force couldn't stop the bullets. The members of the quicksand gang in the front screamed and fell down one after another. Their bodies like a sieve. Powerful. The machine gun was too powerful. Not to mention that the weapons used by the mechs in the legendary mech army were enhanced. At this moment the firearm mech seemed to have become Death, a reaper on the battlefield. The cruel bullets pierced through the internal force and bodies of the martial artists. Run. He's a monster. He must be a monster. Run. 1 minute. The machine gun kept firing for a minute and used up 300 rounds, killing almost 100 people. 100 dead bodies lay on the ground, while those who survived moaned painfully. They were devastated. The members of the quicksand gang collapsed. It was horrible. That weird weapon was too terrifying. This guy wasn't human, but a devil that took lives away. How could they fight with him? They couldn't anymore. They would die if they rushed ahead. Although the rewards Heng Liusha was offering were tempting, they had to at least be alive to collect them. Gulp. The whole masters and elders of the quicksand gang swallowed hard with a terrified look. Their eyes were full of fear and their legs were shaking. Scared. Frightened. They backed away. Chief. Chief Mahan looked at the back of the firearm mech in awe. He was excited and he felt like he was on fire. Nobody would have thought that under such a situation, Jiangli could turn the tides and kill hundreds of members of the quicksand gang. That's impressive. Chief is truly impressive. Wang Chao yelled excitedly, "People of the quicksand gang, come here if you have guts. Come here. If you don't, you're a coward." Ha ha ha, Wang Chao laughed. This kid is holding sway. If it wasn't for that creepy weapon, I would have killed him. Damn it. The people of the quicksand gang were enraged. Chief, what do we do now? Should we stop? Shu Wei asked. Stop? Jiangli shook his head. He looked at Heng Liusha and glanced over the members of the quicksand gang, then said coldly, "No, we'll finish the quicksand gang today." Attack, keep firing, Jiangli yelled. Yes, master. Swish. The cold weapon mech attacked first. He sped towards the whole masters and elders of the quicksand gang as he pulled out the long blade and sword on his back. He held the blade with his left hand and the sword with his right. The weapons then created beams of light and the air seemed to have been torn apart. Bang. Bang. The machine gun started firing again. Fire spouted out of the muzzle and bullets were like raindrops. The rate of fire reached 300 rounds. It was taking lives cruelly. The martial artists weren't weak, but they couldn't get away from the machine gun. A massacre. This was a massacre. 2 people went after a few hundred. Run. The people of the quicksand gang were terrified. They only wanted to stay alive, so all of them turned around and ran outside of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. They escaped. They all escaped. Ah! Heng Liusha shouted furiously, but Wen Gang dragged him away from Jiangli, so he couldn't get closer. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Heng Liusha shouted. Go after them. Kill them all, Jiangli ignored Heng Liusha and said. Yes. The machine gun fired for another 3 minutes, using up the remaining 900 rounds. The firearm mech immediately threw away the machine gun and put down the bullet box on his back. He then took the rifle and submachine gun off his shoulders. He held his rifle on his left hand and the submachine gun on his right, then performed the gun art and shot the escaping members of the quicksand gang at a distance. Fut. 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 Those members were shot one after another. At the same time, the cold weapon mech was chasing after the whole masters and elders who were at the peak stage of level 1. Since the mech had reached the perfected stage, those people couldn't run away at all. They were killed one by one. The dead bodies of the quicksand gang were all over the place. And the smell of blood was overpowering. Since the mech killed so many level 1 martial artists during the battle, Jiangli got 2 level 1 soul tenders. He now had 4 of them and could unlock the intel mechs. The battle hadn't ended yet, so Jiangli didn't have time to check the changes of mech types. Raging Bear Paw. A roar sounded. It was like the roar of a bear deep in the mountains, shaking the entire forest. Everyone could see the source of the roar. Heng Liusha burnt his vital energy and his internal force surged. His body flushed and swelled and steam poured out. He performed a powerful martial art. Combat art. Wang Gang yelled and let out all of the power of the combat art. He gave 100 punches, creating explosions in the air. Boom. Heng Liusha smacked down like a bear. Their hands hit against each other, making a thunderous sound. Waves of air spread around from the two of them. Crack. Crack. The marble floor cracked and the cracks extended in all directions, forming the shape of a spider web. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Gang took a dozen steps back. Phut. Heng Liusha spurted out blood. Wang Gang injured his organs, but he forcefully suppressed the injuries and burnt his vital energy in exchange for stronger power. The thing was, burning vital energy was risky for martial artists. When the battle ended, the martial artist would become weak and needed a long time to recover. There might even be a chance of dropping to a lower level since it would hurt the root of the body. Jiang Li. Heng Liusha shouted and rushed towards Jiang Li like an angry bear. Before his attack hit, it had created a strong wind. Chapter 29. I'm not interested. Jiang Li immediately performed the internal energy art. His vital energy surrounded him and blocked the strong wind. And yet, he was certainly no match for Heng Liusha. Besides, Jiang Li had already used his full power just to resist the wind. We have such a huge gap. Jiang Li thought. This made him more desperate to enhance his martial arts level. Go to hell. Heng Liusha said. Don't you dare hurt Master. Boom. Combat Mech GD-020, who had reached the perfected stage of level 1, had been staying next to Jiang Li to protect him. Regarding his own life, Jiang Li had to be 100% sure that he would be safe. So since GD-020 was upgraded, he hadn't left Jiang Li's side, and he was extremely cautious. You? Heng Liusha was stunned. He watched GD-020 rush towards him and perform a level 1 ultimate combat art, giving 100 punches in a short time. Bang! There was like an explosion in the air, which created air waves. Crack! Crack! Ah! Heng Liusha let out a cry. He had already been injured during the battle with Wang Gang, and he also burnt his vital energy to enhance his strength. After GD-020's attack, his internal force and power of his hands were gone. Not only that, the bones of his hands cracked. A powerful energy then fractured his arm and ran into his organs. He was knocked away, then fell on the ground and coughed out blood. The perfected stage of level 1. Another martial artist of perfected stage level 1. Everyone went silent. They all looked at Jiang Li in awe. Nobody had thought that the second-rate serious gang was the real boss here and had 4 martial artists of the perfected stage. 4 martial artists of perfected stage level 1. No wonder Jiang Li came to the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs alone. Nobody would be afraid if those 4 perfected stage masters are with them. The serious gang should be able to run wild in Yongan City. I guess Heng Liusha must be crying on the inside. He set Jiang Li up to kill him, but Jiang Li turned the tides. As Jiang Li said, Heng Liusha's trap wasn't strong enough to capture a tiger. The serious gang is destined to rise. City East is their world now. Can we still join them? Everyone was in awe. They had never expected such a situation. Who would have thought that Jiang Li had 4 perfected stage masters? After a while, the cold weapon mech and firearm mech returned. They were covered in fresh blood and looked so vicious that nobody dared to get close to them. Master, we've defeated all the enemies. They walked to Jiang Li, saluted and reported to him. Jiang Li looked at how much they were damaged and nodded. Well done. It's our job, the mech replied. Jiang Li. Heng Liusha crawled up from the floor and looked around. He saw the dead bodies of the members of the Quicksand gang all over the place. Even if some of them were still alive, they were close to dying. As for the elders and the 3 whole masters, they were also dead. So half of the members of the Quicksand gang were eliminated. It was basically over for them. You won. Heng Liusha knelt on the ground and yielded to Jiang Li. Jiang Li, you won. I'm willing to join the serious gang with the rest of the quicksand gang. I'm not interested. Jiang Li took the pistol of the firearm mech, then pointed at Heng Liusha and pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out. You... Swish! Heng Liusha widened his eyes and jumped up, avoiding the bullet of the pistol. Jiang Li couldn't kill Heng Liusha this time. He shot on the ground. Although I can shoot, I don't know any gun art, so the gun becomes weaker. I let Heng Liusha get away. Jiang Li gave the pistol back to the firearm mech. Jiang Li. Heng Liusha stared at him and left the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. Chief, he's escaping, Xu Wei yelled. He can't run away from me, Jiang Li said. Swish! The cold weapon mech took out his alloy stiletto and threw it. The stiletto turned into a flash of light. A flying stiletto. Heng Liusha heard the sound of the air. Once he turned around, a ray of light flashed before him and the alloy stiletto penetrated his throat. Millimeter, Heng Liusha opened his mouth and stared at Jiang Li. His throat was painful and the glitters in his eyes began to dim gradually. In the end, he died and his corpse fell on the floor. The cold weapon mech walked to Heng Liusha's body and pulled out the alloy stiletto from his throat. He flung the blood off and put it back to the case. Then the cold weapon mech searched Heng Liusha's dead body as he was told. He found a book, a jade bottle of pills and a pair of level 1 advanced weapons, the Iron Tiger paws. Finally, he found the chief's tablet of the quicksand gang. Master. The cold weapon mech gave Jiang Li everything he found. Take them first. Give them to me when we're back, Jiang Li said. Yes. The cold weapon mech nodded respectfully. Congratulations for finishing the quicksand gang, Chief Jiang. From now on, the entire city east will belong to you. Congratulations. Dugu Luo came up with a charming smile. Jiang Li nodded and shrugged. I was thinking to let Heng Liusha live one more night and deal with the quicksand gang tomorrow, but he came here by himself. So, I can just play along. Dugu Luo's mouth twitched. Young master. Zhao Peipei threw a ducalan in front of Dugu Luo and Jiang Li and said he tried to run away, but I caught him. Please tell us what we should do with him. Please don't kill me, young master. Chief Jiang, please help, ducalan cried and begged. Chief Jiang, something like this happened tonight because ducalan helped the quicksand gang. To express our apologies, we'll let you deal with him. Dugu Luo glared at ducalan and said to Jiang Li. Killing him will only make my hands dirty, Jiang Li said. Dugu Luo was shocked. He then looked at Zhao Peipei. Yes. Zhao Peipei nodded. He smacked with his internal force and hit ducalan's head. Ducalan's eyes widened. His body became stiff and blood oozed out of his body. He died and fell on the floor. Chief Jiang, I hope this incident won't affect the friendship between the Sirius Gang and the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. I'm very happy to do business with you, Dugu Luo smiled and said. You didn't offer us a discount earlier, Xu Wei mumbled. Dugu Luo glanced at Xu Wei and looked at Jiang Li. Jiang Li was expressionless. After pondering for a while, he took out a white jade box. Chapter 30. Skeptical. Dugu Luo opened the jade box. There was a red fruit the size of the thumb sitting on a white silk handkerchief. There seemed to be some faint fluorescent light on the surface of the fruit. This is... Jiang Li smelled a scent of spirit herb that had a high temperature. The scent was light and could easily be missed if he didn't pay attention. Besides, after the scent went into his body, his vital energy started running. This is a 10-year red fruit. Dugu Luo slowly explained, an inferior class spirit herb of level 1. It's a red fruit. Xu Wei looked at it curiously. I heard that the red fruit is different from normal herbs. It'll become a spirit herb after growing for a decade and will reach the inferior class of level 1. Yes. Dugu Luo smiled and gave Jiang Li the jade box. Chief Jiang, the red fruit can improve people's physique, especially those who haven't formed their internal force. Chief Jiang, please accept it. This is to express our apologies. Something like this won't happen again. Thank you, young Master Dugu. Jiang Li took the jade box and closed it with a smile. I can totally feel the friendliness of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. I'll come to buy herbs more often. We certainly welcome you to do business with us. We'll offer you some discounts. Great, great, great. Jiangli cracked a smile. Dugu Luo also smiled. Time flew. Jiangli asked the match to clean up the battlefield and search the dead bodies of the members of the Quicksand Gang, taking all of their money. They also took the bullet cases on the ground. Right, young Master Dugu, please send a few people to help me bring these wooden boxes back to the Sirius Gang. Jiangli pointed at the boxes on the floor and said. No problem. Dugu Luo nodded. I promised you that before. A few minutes later, the guards of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs put the wooden boxes onto the carriage. However, they found that the boxes were very light when they were moving them and they didn't seem to have herbs inside. Of course, they didn't ask even though they were curious. Goodbye. Jiangli walked out of the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. Goodbye, Chief Jiang, Dugu Luo said. Ha! The carriage departed. Jiangli sat on it with the four mechs next to him, while Shuwei, Wen Chao and Mahan walked behind the carriage. Chief, I have a question. Why did you kill Heng Liusha? He's a martial artist at the perfected stage of level 1. If he yields to us, we'll be able to take over the Quicksand Gang more easily and the Sirius Gang will have one more strong martial artist, Shuwei asked. You must understand that the more powerful he is, the greater the threat, Jiangli turned around and explained. It's too dangerous to have such a strong martial artist next to me, so it's best for me to kill him. Shuwei nodded. After a while, the carriage disappeared into the night. Young master, you gave Jiangli the red fruit. Isn't that a great loss? Zhao Peipei said quietly, even an inferior class spirit herb of level 1 is worth 10,000 taels of silver, let alone the red fruit that can improve one's physique. You won't get it. Dugu Luo smiled and didn't say anything else. He fiddled with a yellow bullet case in his hand. I think Jiangli has some secrets. His men are all strong and the weapons they use are very weird. We must establish a good relationship with him. Besides, we have a lot of herbs and spirit herbs. A 10-year red fruit is nothing. Young master is indeed far-sighted, Zhao Peipei immediately said. I'm definitely not as good as you are. Cut the crap. Send someone here to clear the dead bodies. Dugu Luo waved. Jiangli took everything and left me such a mess. I'm on it, Zhao Peipei quickly said. At midnight Jiangli returned to the Sirius Gang. The guards put the wooden boxes in the courtyard and left on the carriage. Go get some rest, Jiangli said. Yes, Chief. Mahan and Wen Chao nodded and left. Yes, Chief. Shuwei bowed and left the courtyard. Heng Liusha and half of the members of the Quicksand Gang have been dealt with. We can officially take over the territories of their gang and the entire city east will belong to the Sirius Gang, Jiangli mumbled. I finally settled down after all these days. I don't have to be so fearful anymore. However, the Sirius Gang will only be a third-rate gang after that. We might be powerful in Yongan City, but will be nothing outside of the city. Besides, Jiangli murmured, a bit of my secrets about the Mets were exposed tonight. Many people, like the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs, will start looking into it. I must ask someone to check who's supporting the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs and get some information about them. While he was thinking, he went back to his bedroom. That night Jiangli slept very well at the Sirius Gang, but the entire Yongan City, including the White Dragon Gang in City North, Tianmen Gang in City South and Tinyu Tower in City West, were stirred because of Heng Liusha's death. After the three strongest gangs in Yongan City received the news, they were extremely astonished. They immediately sent people around to get information about the Sirius Gang and Jiangli. After all, the four gangs were comparable. If Jiangli could exterminate the Quicksand Gang, he could also finish them. So, to avoid the worst situation, they must be prepared. At the government office, Jiangli is pretty impressive. He killed half of the members of the Quicksand Gang in one night. Even Heng Liusha died in his hands. The State Lord, Yang Zik, sat on a wooden chair with his hands on the desk in front of him. He was holding a letter. After reading the letter, he put it down and looked at the middle-aged man standing before him. Zhongling, what do you think? Zhongling paused. Those gangs all think that they are powerful, so they never listen to the government office. We should just let them be. It's really none of our business, but how could Jiangli be so strong? And he has 4 subordinates that are at the perfected stage of level 1. There must be something behind this. I'm also wondering. Yang Zhak nodded. My lord, there's been news from the villagers around Yongan City these days, saying that the monsters showed up. Is Jiangli? Zhongling said slowly. You mean Jiangli is probably related to the monsters? Yang Zhak frowned. We don't have any proof yet. It's just my guess. I have to dig into it to find out what's actually happening, Zhongling said. Besides, when Jiangli takes over the Quicksand Gang tomorrow, he'll become more powerful. We shouldn't act rashly. HM. Yang Zhak got up and grunted. If Jiangli is really working with the monsters, I'll report to the royal court and I'll kill him even if I have to risk my life. Zhongling, try to get to the bottom of this, Yang Zhak said. I will. Don't worry. Zhongling nodded. I'll leave first. Okay. Yang Zhak nodded and took out a tablet. Take this tablet with you. You can mobilize the patrols of the government office. It'll be more convenient for you. Thank you. Zhongling took the tablet. Creak. Zhongling walked out of the room and shut the door. He looked at the tablet in his hands, then looked back at the hall and smirked. Chapter 31. Not too harsh. The next day Jiangli woke up early. With the help of Xiaohua, he got dressed, had breakfast and went out energetically. Wu Zhen, Wang Long and Wen Yang almost came back. Wang Long and Wen Yang were quite damaged. They must have had a long fight dealing with Heng Liusha's people. So Jiangli first repaired them with some energy points. As for the wooden boxes in the courtyard, Jiangli had asked the match to get rid of them. The herbs inside the boxes had been converted into energy points and the boxes were all empty now. So, they weren't useful anymore. Chief Jiang. 9 leaders of the second-rate gangs also came with Wu Zhen. They lined up respectfully in front of Jiangli. The 9 second-rate gangs. Chief, here is some information about their gangs. Peng Kui gave Jiangli a paper. There was some detailed information about the 9 second-rate gangs. Please have a look. HM, all right. Jiangli took the paper and glanced over it. They were all martial artists of early stage level 1 and the gangs had nothing outstanding. Jiangli wasn't really interested in them. Speaking of which, Jiangli asked Wu Zhen and Peng Kui to take down these second-rate gangs because he wanted to sacrifice these people to stop the normal members of the Quicksand Gang, but now it wasn't necessary anymore. Since half of the people of the Quicksand Gang had been dealt with last night. However, since they were already here, Jiangli would get something from them. For the rules of the gang, just follow the usual ones. Jiangli read over the information of the gangs. They were basically the same in strength and power. Got it. The 9 leaders nodded and bowed. The thing was, what happened last night had circulated around the city in a short period of time. The Quicksand Gang had declined and the Sirius Gang was destined to rise and take over the entire city east. They were only several second-rate gangs, so there was no way they could fight against the Sirius Gang. They could only yield. So, Jiangli pondered and said, I'm not really interested in jewelry, pills and books. Just give me all your herbs first. Also, from now on, the Sirius Gang only wants herbs. We don't need any gold, silver and jewelry. Just herbs. No gold and silver. Well. Got it. Yes, Chief. We'll do as you said. The 9 leaders were shocked. They had no idea why Jiangli was doing this, but they dared not disobey him. They all agreed. Besides, it was a good thing that they only had to give their herbs to Jiangli. They could even form a herbs team to look for herbs deep in the mountains or grow herbs to fulfill Jiangli's needs. Then they would be able to keep all the profits from their businesses to themselves. And yet they couldn't help but wondered why Jiangli wanted so many herbs. Was Jiangli an alchemist? They had many questions in their minds, but they didn't ask. Go on. Bring your herbs here, Jiangli said. Yes, Chief, the 9 leaders of the second-rate gangs nodded and said. Also, you'll all become the halls of the serious gang, okay? You'll be part of the serious gang so you can't disobey us, Jiang Li said. Yes. The 9 leaders bowed. Jiang Li nodded. That afternoon, the 9 leaders brought all of the herbs. Jiang Li received them and converted them into energy points. Conversion successful. Received 320 energy points. A notice popped up. The number of energy points on the virtual window changed from 574 to 894 points. 106 points were still needed to reach 1000 points. 6 energy points were used for repairing the match. This red fruit. Jiang Li took out the 10-year red fruit. An inferior class spirit herb of level 1 could be converted into 100 energy points. If he converted the red fruit, he would be even closer to 1000 points. Just forget it. Jiang Li shook his head and put it back into his pocket. This 10-year red fruit isn't a normal herb. It's useful for my practice and can enhance my physique. I shouldn't convert it for just 100 energy points. As for those gangs, I can't be too harsh on them. In fact, Jiang Li wanted to take everything the second-rate gangs had, but he didn't do so. If he also took the jewelry, pills and books from the gangs, it would be like killing the goose that laid the golden egg. The game wasn't worth the candle. Leaving those things for them could help them develop their businesses. They could make more money and would have more resources to buy more herbs. The more they earned, the more they could offer Jiang Li. It was like harvesting chives without uprooting them, so they could continue to grow and more could be harvested. It's time to go to take over the quicksand gang. That afternoon, after having lunch, Jiang Li left with all of the mechs. The number of mechs had already reached 54. Among them there were 4 mechs at perfected stage level 1, 2 mechs at the peak stage, 48 early stage mechs and no mid-stage mechs. Apart from the mechs, Jiang Li also took many members of the gang with him. Wu Zhong, Pan Kuei, the 9 Hall Masters and Xu Wei were also going to the headquarters of the Quicksand Gang. In the headquarters of the Quicksand Gang, the remaining 3 founding elders, 7 elders, the officers and the members of the other 3 halls had already gathered in the courtyard. In fact, after intense discussions, most people stayed, except for the die-hard fans of Heng Liusha or other members who left the Quicksand Gang and joined the other 3 gangs for other reasons. Which meant that they had already accepted their fate of joining the serious gang. It's late. Why isn't Jiang Li here? One of the 3 founding elders, Hu Dong, walked around the hall anxiously. Will he kill us all? I don't think so, another founding elder, Zhu Qianzhong, said calmly. The Quicksand Gang and the Serious Gang haven't come to this point yet. Besides, what can killing us achieve, Jiang Li? That's right, the last founding elder, Wang Pingyuan, nodded and said, don't worry, just wait for a while. Jiang Li will certainly come. The assets of the Quicksand Gang are hard to resist. There's no way Jiang Li is not coming. Elders. Clump, clump, clump. A member rushed in at his fastest speed, then knelt on the floor and said loudly, founding elders, elders, Chief Jiang has arrived. He's finally here. Hu Dong widened his eyes and took a deep breath. Quick, let's go and greet Chief Jiang. We can't let him think we are disrespectful. Go, go, go. Go out and greet him immediately. The 3 founding elders and the other elders quickly walked out and stood at the entrance of the Quicksand Gang with all their members. At a distance, they saw Jiang Li walking in the front with a group of people following him in an orderly formation. A fierce energy came, making people terrified. Chapter 32. Taking over the Quicksand Gang. The members of the Quicksand Gang are all here. Jiang Li kept walking. He had already seen the people of the Quicksand Gang at the entrance. There were almost 800 of them. With those who died last night, the Quicksand Gang should have a total over more than 1,000 members, but less than 1,030. Chief, I think we should be careful. Even a worm will turn. If they decide to die with all of us, we'll be in trouble, Wu Zhong said seriously next to Jiang Li. They wouldn't dare, Pan Kuei grunted. If they attack us, I'll definitely kill them with my hammer. It's not that I look down on you, but you've just reached the peak stage of the elementary level and you want to kill them. I think they'll kill you instead, Wu Zhong said with a mocking tone. Do you want to try my giant hammer? Peng Kuei swayed his hammer, which was a few times larger than Wu Zong's head. Wu Zong shut his mouth. Chief. Luo Yi of Eagle Claw Hall came up with a white dagger case made with tiger skin. What's wrong? Jiang Li asked. Chief, this is the dagger case you asked me to prepare for you. I already got it yesterday, but I didn't have the chance to give it to you. It's made with tiger skin, so it's durable and it looks good. I hope you like it. Luo Yi gave him the dagger case. I almost forgot about this. Jiang Li smiled and took the dagger case. It's soft and tough. However, he didn't bring the cold iron dagger with him, so he couldn't try it. Pretty good. Jiang Li nodded. It's my pleasure to work for you, Luo Yi said respectfully. From now on, you'll be the Hall Master of Eagle Claw Hall, Jiang Li said. Thank you, Chief. Luo Yi was thrilled. He bowed and said loudly, I'll take care of Eagle Claw Hall for you. The other Hall Masters of the Sirius gang were envious. Luo Yi only got Jiang Li a tiger skin dagger case and he was offered the position of Hall Master. That was too easy for him. Jiang Li was too nice. In fact, Jiang Li had already decided to let Luo Yi be the Hall Master of Eagle Claw Hall before, since Luo Yi was originally the elder there and he was a martial artist. He was also loyal to Jiang Li, so the position would certainly belong to him. The tiger skin dagger case was just an excuse to appoint him as the Hall Master. While they were talking, Jiang Li and the rest of the members had arrived in front of the headquarters of the Quicksand Gang where they stopped. Founding Elder of the Quicksand Gang, Hu Dawn. Founding Elder of the Quicksand Gang, Zhu Qianzhong. Founding Elder of the Quicksand Gang, Wen Pingyuan. Elders of the Quicksand Gang. Greetings, Chief Jiang. In an instant, the elders, officers and members of the three halls, led by Hu Dawn, all bowed to Jiang Li and yelled. It was quite magnificent. Oh. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows and seemed to be startled. Even though Jiang Li was confident about taking over the Quicksand Gang, he thought he would encounter some difficulties. Some die-hard fans of Heng Liusha might at least try to resist. So he was planning to take down the Quicksand Gang with some fierce tactics, but it was good now. These people yielded directly and were willing to join the Sirius Gang. They even addressed Jiang Li as chief. This spared a lot of time and effort for Jiang Li. Good, very good. Jiang Li nodded. He sized up the three founding elders. The remaining founding elders of the Quicksand Gang were all martial artists of peak stage level 1, while the 7 elders were at the mid-stage. Besides them, there were 20 martial artists of early stage level 1. These were the remaining senior members of the Quicksand Gang. From now on, the Quicksand Gang will become one of the halls of the Sirius Gang and will be renamed Quicksand Hall. The halls that originally belonged to the Quicksand Gang will also go under the Sirius Gang. They will be independent and will no longer be under the control of the Quicksand Hall. Jiang Li announced his decision. This, Hu Dong was stunned. He didn't like the decision, but he didn't say anything. Yes, Chief, Zhu Qianzhong nodded and replied. We'll follow your order. Wen Pingyuan bowed. So, the three halls will be independent now. Well. Yes. The members of the three halls started discussing. Jiang Li was separating the Quicksand Gang into 4 parts, which could prevent them betraying him secretly. Even though Jiang Li had the mech army and wasn't afraid of them, he wanted to avoid this kind of trouble if he could. These gangs only needed to focus on developing their businesses and making more profit so that they could give him more money and herbs. If they made any trouble, he would have to kill them. Hu Dong, since you're the most superior founding elders of the Quicksand Hall, you'll temporarily be the Hall Master of Quicksand Hall. You must guarantee to make sure the gang and the businesses operate normally, Jiang Li said again. If something bad happens, you'll be responsible for it. Don't worry, Chief. Nobody in City East would do anything with you and the Sirius Gang here, Hu Dong immediately said. Zhu Qianzhong and Wen Pingyuan didn't say anything. They looked at Hu Dong enviously. They were all founding elders earlier, and now Hu Dong became the Hall Master and was more superior than they were. They didn't dare blame Jiang Li, so they could only put it on Hu Dong. Ha ha. Congratulations for taking over the Quicksand Gang, Chief Jiang. The Sirius gang has become a third-rate gang and you now have control of the entire city east. A laugh came from behind Jiang Li. A middle-aged man, who was in a white robe embroidered with a lifelike white dragon, came up. There were a few other people following him. "He's the leader of the White Dragon Gang, Long Chungjin," Hu Dong exclaimed quietly. "And there's Jiu Tianqing. He's just left the Sirius gang. I didn't know he joined the White Dragon Gang." An elder recognized the brawny middle-aged man next to Long Chungjin. He used to be an elder of the Quicksand Gang and was a die-hard fan of Heng Liusha. "He, you're really handsome and outstanding, Chief Jiang." The leader of Tingyu Tower, Yu Shulan, was also here. She was wearing a red gauze dress. She had a curvy body figure, fair skin and a pair of long, slender legs. Her entire body was full of charm. He may even be full of wild ambitions. Hua Qian of the Qianmen gang grunted. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square face and short hair. He was wearing a hard black armor with a giant double-sided axe on his back. The ground shook slightly when he walked. "Oh," Jiang Li mumbled as he sized up these three leaders who weren't invited. He then narrowed his eyes and looked around to see if there were people hiding around. Jiang Li killed Heng Liusha and took over the Quicksand Gang and City East. Although there didn't seem to be a big problem, the three gangs became alert. They were worried that Jiang Li was too powerful and would eliminate them as well. So, they came to check on Jiang Li and the Sirius gang. Chapter 33. Bang. "Chiefs, you're certainly welcomed if you are here to congratulate me," Jiang Li said slowly with a hint of power. "However, if you're here to make trouble, I'll not show you mercy," Jiang Li said and waved his right hand. After that, the 54 mech behind him stepped forward at the same time and a fierce energy was released. These people, Long Chungjin's eyes widened. How powerful! Hua Qian took a deep breath and was astonished. "They only have 50 people here, but I feel like I'm looking at 1,000 city guards. Where did Jiang Li find so many men?" Yu Shulan's eyes glittered and she pondered. Jiang Li had already frightened them. They dared not do anything again and could only put their plans aside for now. Both parties confronted each other. The four strongest gangs in Yongan City were here. The atmosphere gradually became intense and the air also seemed to have become a bit pressured. On the street, people had already gone back into their home. Some of them opened their windows and looked outside secretly. The four strongest gangs are all here. I think something earth-shattering is going to happen in Yongan City. Will they fight? Why haven't the people from the government office and the city lord mansion arrived yet? People whispered. Haha, Chief Jiang, we are here to congratulate you. Long Chungjin laughed and waved. Higulin, take out the gift. I want to give it to Chief Jiang in person. Yes. Higulin stood behind Long Chungjin. He wasn't tall and he only reached Long Chungjin's waist like a dwarf. He took out a jade box and gave it to Long Chungjin. Chief Jiang. Long Chungjin opened the jade box. There was a crystal-clear night pearl with a bit of fluorescent light on it. This was a high-quality night pearl I chose for you. It's worth 10,000 taels of silver and it's difficult to get. He walked to Jiang Li as he said. Chief Jiang, please take it. Long Chungjin slowly approached Jiang Li. Thank you. Jiang Li waved. Wen Gang, go get it. Yes. Wen Gang nodded and went towards Long Chungjin. Chief Jiang, what's that supposed to mean? Long Chungjin frowned and stopped as he said angrily, I'm the leader of a gang. I came here to congratulate you and to offer you a gift, but you asked your man to take it for you. This isn't right. You should come and accept it yourself. Then what? Jiang Li smiled coldly and yelled, Long Chungjin, don't embarrass yourself. I can ask someone to exterminate the White Dragon Gang right now. The thing was, Jiang Li was only at the peak stage of the elementary level, while Long Chungjin was at perfected stage level 1. Long Chungjin was probably trying to get closer to Jiang Li and attack him. Jiang Li would certainly not fall into such a trap. Jiang Li, you've gone too far, Long Chungjin shouted. So what? Jiang Li didn't want to argue with Long Chungjin anymore. It was a waste of time. If he had enough mech here, he would have directly united all the gangs in Yongan City. However, if Jiang Li really did so, the City Lord Mansion and the government office wouldn't like it. If Jiang Li united all the gangs, the status of the City Lord Mansion and government office would be affected. By then, who should rule Yongan City? The City Lord Mansion and government office, or Jiang Li? Most importantly, the City Lord Mansion and the government office were under the Chen dynasty. That was the real boss. There was no way Jiang Li could fight against them. So if he truly wanted to unite all the gangs in Yongan City, he had to plan ahead. HN. Long Chongjin had lost his face this time. If he stayed here longer, he would be more humiliated. So, he turned around and left. Let's go. Chief, Jiyu Qianqing said. Shut up, Long Chongjin shouted. Yes, Jiyu Qianqing glanced at Jiang Li with a hint of hatred and was furious. In fact, Jiyu Qianqing joined the White Dragon Gang because he wanted to take revenge for Heng Liusha. Heng Liusha saved him once in the past. However, things didn't go smoothly. Long Chongjin didn't dare to go against Jiang Li and had completely lost his face. Jiyu Qianqing could only suppress his hatred and think of another way to take revenge on Jiang Li. Bang! Suddenly, the perfected stage fire mech pulled out his pistol and aimed at Jiyu Qianqing. He pulled the trigger and the bullet shot out. Poof! Blood splashed everywhere. Jiyu Qianqing and everyone else hadn't responded yet, as none of them had thought that Jiang Li would really kill someone. He had gone all out. The bullet went through Jiyu Qianqing's head. Some red and white liquid spouted out from between his eyebrows. His head was pierced and his dead body fell on the floor. The perfected stage fire mech slowly put away the pistol as smoke billowed out of the muzzle. He looked expressionless, as if he didn't kill anyone. Silent. Everyone went silent. They all looked at Jiang Li. Jiang Li. Long Chongjin looked at the dead body on the ground and stared at Jiang Li. He was enraged. He clenched his fists to suppress the anger and viciousness in his mind. How dare you ask your man to kill Jiyu Qianqing? Long Chongjin shouted. What's the problem with that? Jiang Li said indifferently. Jiyu Qianqing was from the Quicksand Gang and he was loyal to Heng Liusha. He didn't even hide his hatred against me just then. Chief Long, you knew this, but you still took Jiyu Qianqing in. What are you planning on doing? Of course, if you want to take revenge for Jiyu Qianqing, I'll let you do it. I also want to see how strong the White Dragon Gang is. Jiang Li, you've gone too far, Hua Qian said. Yu Shulan remained silent. Ha ha. Jiang Li chuckled. They were the ones who came to make trouble. I must say, Jiang Li is really aggressive. He's not giving in even when he's facing the three powerful gangs. Most importantly, Long Chongjin and the others seem to be scared to go against Jiang Li. Of course, Jiang Li has 4 masters of perfected stage level 1 around him and there are only 3 among the 3 gangs. Jiang Li is definitely stronger in combat power. However, if the 3 gangs work together, Jiang Li will be at an absolute disadvantage in terms of number of people. So, both parties are actually suppressing themselves. Many people around were analyzing the current situation.